Morning, everyone. This is the last week of our hearings, hopefully, and I'll explain why I say hopefully in a moment. Sorry, can people hear me all right? Particularly those on the wall. Alan, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. We've been having a few issues with the sound, but I think we used microphones in the last session and it worked pretty well. So just looking around the room, is there someone that could start with a karakia?
Na tuaki au I tēnei wā koutou kia koutou, kua tai mai I rungi tēnei kaupapa whakahirehire. Kia koutou ngā kai whakahaere o ngā hui o te whenua nei. Nō reira, huri noi e te rōpū nei tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te karakia I tēnei ata tērā matariki kārewe te pai nau mā haere mai te hua o te tauhou. Takari te ata, kapua te ata. Kore I te manu, tino awatea. Tui a. Ko te tangi mai o te korimako. I te ata tū kā takatu. Ko ia rā e rongo, ka irihi aki ki runga. Kia tina, ui tāki. So just a welcome to everyone in the room, also to our commissioners. Apologies from Anaru, who's just finished a cultural induction and on his way back, and I said, please do not rush, it's okay, I'll go and provide a karakia for the start. So just here to acknowledgements to everyone here, tēnā koutou, and excuse me, but I have to go.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think we've only missed one or two. We can start with the karakia, which has been a nice way of opening our hearings and closing each day. So yes, just to introduce myself, Stephen Daish. I'm the hearings panel chairperson, and beside me is Commissioner Kit Littlejohn. We're down to a quorum today for some reasons I'll explain a bit later on, but just to say that this is a reconvening of zoning hearing matter associated with some submissions looking to rezone some land from general industrial through to mixed use. So we've had 2 or 3 goes at discussing this matter, but today we've finally come together with evidence and we'll work through that process this morning. Just a couple of introductory matters. Christine, just moving to housekeeping.
Good morning, everybody. Just to let you know that the toilet area is out here to your left, and there is the cafe upstairs, and wear masks in the open space. And in case of an emergency, if we all go out to the front onto the footpath and we'll collate there, and in case of an earthquake, drop cover hold underneath your table or somewhere until a council officer will give you some guidance. So yeah, so that's
it. Thank you. Yes, and just the other introductory comments. I do it at the start of each hearing. We are on Zoom, and Zoom is being recorded, and that provides a record of our hearing, which we can refer back to in those video guidelines pretty promptly these days, Christine. And if you are struggling to hear, please, those listening on Zoom, just interrupt us and let us know. Quite often, we've been trying to sort of look up at the speakers above us, but there's been a few struggles. So last year, as I said, we've got these microphones. So I think Christine will need to use those for all of the speakers in the room. Is that right?
Yes, and just a reminder to speak up a little bit louder, and we'll just move the mics around after the introductions this morning.
Yes.
For the submitters, we'll just take this one here over to the table.
Okay, great, thank you. And the last introductory matter associated with our conflict of interest statements that we put online really early on in the hearing in terms of how we're managing any particular conflicts and just double checking there's no concerns with us carrying on any parties. That's great. Thank you. So, look, I will explain the situation with the commissioners. Commissioner McMahon is finally down with COVID. Positive yesterday, and David is listening in, but won't be participating in the hearing today. And the other matter is just depending on how David is faring. Something like me when I got out, I had to cancel attendance at the Hazards and Coastal hearing basically the second day. So we'll just see how David is, because we've got a reconvening of the Seaport hearing tomorrow. And David's not up to it. He and I are the quorum. We'll have to look at some other arrangements. So that's the situation we're in. So unless there's any other comments from Kit, I'll just take some appearances as usual, starting with you, Christine. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine, and I'm part of the administration team.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bernice Baker. I'm from the Far North District Council, and I'm here to learn some hearing admin training.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Ellie Gibson, part of the district plan team, and I've prepared the section 42A report relating to the industrial rezoning requests and specific to today relating to the Devon Road sites.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I'm the district plan lead at New Plymouth District Council.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren O'Byrne. I'm a policy advisor at the district plan team here at council.
Everyone, Peter Maddich, Federated Farmers, planning witness. We're not on till tomorrow. Just here to listen to the
Right. Thank you, Peter.
Kevin Newsom and Wade Newsom for submissions on 562 Whitman Road.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we finally got you sorted out and
Yes.
here to sort of the matter that you'd like to raise. So
Yes, thank you.
big welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, Hamish Walker, representing John and Mary Hamlin, at 674, 676 Devon Road.
Hamish, have you actually provided evidence? Is that
Yes, yeah.
okay? It wasn't in one pack for some reason.
That was the original one, wasn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, 9J.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to have to track that down, I think.
Yes, and the hearing 22.
Yeah, 22, so that's in that pack. And I don't have it in front of me, but we'll find that before we hear. Thanks, Hamish.
Kia ora koutou, Jeremy Brophy here today, presenting Bro Devon Limited.
Jeremy. And it's going to the war world. David's got his phone and video off, so we won't, video and speaker, so we won't actually ask him to introduce himself, but just others on Zoom, just say hello for the record, please.
Kia ora, my name is Matt Bonnis. I'm a consultant planner helping New Plymouth District Council with the Hamlin site at 674 Devon Street.
Thank you. Matt.
Yes, good morning.
Here we go.
I'm from Wakakatahi. I'm sitting in with our witnesses, Kath Hepplethwaite and Terry Church.
Thank you, Alan. Over you go, Terry.
Morning, panel and everyone. Terry Church from Flow Transportation Specialists here on behalf of Wakakotahi.
Thank you, Terry.
Atamarie, my name is Kath Hepplethwaite. I'm a planning consultant. I'm giving planning evidence today for Wakakotahi.
Thank you, Kath.
Nei rā te mihi kia koutou katoa. Sarah Mako Teko Teitanga. Appearing
Thank you, Sarah.
a couple of times this week.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Okay, and it's certainly great to be back in the sunshine capital of New Zealand. I hope we don't have an emergency have to stand out. And I've got a tale of woe driving north about 7 o'clock last night. I fell into a huge pothole near Tauriki, north of Stratford, and wrecked my front wheel. So been running around trying to organise that since then. So I actually saw some news about that about a week ago, but
It wasn't a sign up.
there wasn't a sign up. There was just driving along at 100k and fell into a massive hole. So yeah, obviously some challenges with the weather district at the moment. But it is generally nice to be back for the last week of hearings. So how are we going? I think Ali, do you want to kick off? Yes.
So we're going to run through in accordance with what we've got with the schedule. So what we'll do is we'll start with hearing 22. So all the matters today are to do with hearing 22. So we'll Mr. Newsom's submission, then we'll move to Brodie then. So that will be Ali who will present that side of things, and then we'll do John and Mary. And that's where you'll hear from that as the reporting. If it's okay, we'll start with Mr. Newsom.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll share this other one.
Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to
Good morning again, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Newsom. As I indicated earlier, my name is Sarah Edwards and I'm the District Plan Lead at Newport District Council. Today we're here to talk about 562 Richmond Road, Leppington, where Mr. Newsom has requested that this land is rezoned from rural production zone to rural lifestyle zone. The submission was considered as part of the rural rezoning request report and that was presented in hearing 22. The reporting officer for the 42A rural rezoning report is Louise Y. Unfortunately, Ms. Y isn't able to attend this morning, so I'm here instead to help answer any questions that may arise. Ms. Y will review the recording of this hearing and provide an addendum to the rural rezoning right provider. Christine, could you please bring up the map? So by way of background, Mr. Newsom's property is located at 562 Richmond Road, Leppington, which is located just south of Leppington Township. The property is approximately 5.3 hectares and is identified as a rural environment area in the operative district plan. This zoning has been carried over into the proposed district plan where the property has been zoned rural production zone. The site is flat and contains poultry farming sheds. The submitter has requested that the land is rezoned from rural production zone to lifestyle zone. The submitter is of the view that the land is located in an area where existing lifestyle living and character is present on smaller rural land parcels in the area. They have observed that poultry farming is prevalent on the outskirts of Leppington, but this may not always be the case. In the 42A rural rezoning report, In key issue 1, Ms Y provides a general assessment of the rural lifestyle areas in the district. And under Appendix 3, she recommends that Mr Newsom's submission is rejected due to reverse sensitivity and incompatibility with the surrounding land uses. Ms Y notes that the potential for conflict with the rural industry and other activities in the area. By way of context for the commissioners, 562 Richmond Road abuts Ms Zander's property at 552 Richmond Road and is located diagonally opposite Mr Pritchard's property at 20 Road. So you heard from those submitters a month or so ago in hearing 22. Both these submitters have requested that their properties rezoned low density residential. And that concludes my introduction.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we're pretty clear. We have had a couple of looks around Leppington, and I think it's useful we want to even sort of poke our nose up your gateway. Just really interested in what was happening with your property, and there were some issues raised about potential odour that might sort of cause or be a factor in our decision making about what happens at Leppington going forward. So,
Yes, I did note from Tracy's webinar that she considered there's no smell odour coming from our sheds.
Yes, we have had.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's over to you. So just
yeah, thank you.
present your information and we'll ask some questions.
So further to the submissions I made on the 22nd of November 2019, we do support the submissions put in by Mr Pritchard and Tracy Zender. So I support and I listen to her, Tracy and Mr Pritchard's submissions, and I don't want to cover the areas of vibrancy of Leppington, but those points have been made, I think. We support 562 has part of the property within the town 50k zone. I just make an adjustment there, not in the town zone. It's within the 50k zone. Where the signs are, the signs are about a third way into our property. 562, and it's screened by a large hedge running along Richmond Road beyond the property. This helps to retain the natural character of the land through to the trees within the riparian strip, which is 15 metres wide. Well-established riparian strip protects the natural and physical resources of the Wānanga stream. Attached is a STEM plan of our proposed those only arrived from the survey late on Friday night, and it's just a rough copy. I apologise, but time has been difficult to get all this together. So it's showing 4,000 square metre rural lifestyle zones, lots or larger, and these of the houses can be positioned and screened by tree stands so that the subdivision can be aesthetically pleasing and will allow families to enjoy the beauty of the landscape with views through to the Taranaki marker, and for the use of future developed walkway along the riparian strip. And further along the Wānanga stream is a swimming hole, so I see in the future that a walkway could be put through to there. So
is the swimming hole towards the bottom of the plan or the top?
Yeah, towards the south, down further. Down, yeah. It's right along past a lot of the chicken sheds.
Oh, down that
Yeah.
further down, yeah.
Yeah, further down that way, yes. Yes, and on that corner by the last shed, in there, yeah. In there, yes, around that area.
Yeah, thank you.
So I've tried to couch the submissions today along Louise Wise comments about the reasons why Leopardon has not gone ahead. So these are the points. Permeability of soil, please find attaching engineering results and report showing that the land has the necessary permeability for the standard septic tank system and wastewater system. And that was provided for the 2,000 square metre subdivision we made about halfway into the property in 2014. That's the last photo attached to the photos. So there's a statement from registered plumber Tony Lorenz. He lives in 15 Old Road, Leopardon, and is a neighbour of Mr. Pritchard's. He too had some engineering he'd done for land in his area there for permeability, and which I submitted today. And that's attached to the file down under the engineering.
We see that it's dated 16th of August.
Yes.
From Tony Laurent.
Yes, he's a plumber in that area.
Yeah.
And is aware of all the septic tanks and etc. on the north side.
So when you, I'm interested in that first paragraph of Mr. Lawrence statement. So can you point out the area around Smith Street north of Manakahi Road that flooded prior to the houses being built in the last few years? Is that, can we say that?
It's apparently in Smith Street, but I'm not. It's further north.
Yeah. We find Smith Street.
Just past Manatahi Road there. Further north.
So that's there.
I believe it's in that area.
And that's where a lot of new housing's gone. This was an old photograph, I think.
Yes.
So when we drove through here, this was pretty much all filled up with houses.
Yes.
It was quite small sections.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this used to be, yeah, so because Mr. Lawrence here, we can't really do too much for the statement like this. Given it's interested in the notes he's made.
Yes. I submitted really to show permeability
yes.
of the land in our area.
Yes, that's right.
Reverse sensitivity of the chicken sheds. So a bit of background of the chicken sheds in Leopardon is that they are in egg production sheds. They're stocked at about 50% less than normal meat chicken sheds, and they in our ones and the ones to the south of our farm is they hold 18,000 hens. And I refer to the back of the booklet for the setback rules, and I've highlighted the rule for 100 metres for less than 29,000 hens. So, and further north, there is the hatchery, which has been extended quite substantially in the last bit further north. Next one up, Christine. In there, on the left. That is the hatchery, Teagle hatchery. So most of these sheds throughout Leopardon were built in around the 70s and 80s. And they are substantially old buildings that will need a lot of work in the future. And it's fair to comment, I've got it written here anyway, reverse sensitivity for chicken sheds, Teagle sheds on our site are known as R2, and they hold 18,000 laying hens, which align with Rule 28 of the standard terms of reverse sensitivity, which has a setback requirement of 100 metres or more. Our sheds are leased to Teagle, leased by Teagle until 2025. There is a renewal process. However, if the subdivision is granted, our sheds would close. The next lane shed farm on the south side, on the corner of Richmond and Wilkie roads, these sheds are referred to as W1. These sheds have a capacity of 18,000 laying hens, similar to ours, which would align with Rule 28 of the standard terms of the New Plymouth District Council rules, and would mean a requirement for 100 metre setback on W1 back towards our road. On the corner, so it's approximately 79 metres from W1 sheds on the corner of Wortley and Richmond roads towards the north, and runs about 19 metres into our place, our farm. Therefore, if our sheds would close, the only setback that we have to abide by is the 19 or 20 metres to the bottom end of our property. And houses in a subdivision plan, a line can be ruled across there to keep any houses out of that 20 metres. The other thing, there have never been any odour complaints from our sheds, according to the Taranaki Regional Council. Strategic growth. We submit that the Teagle sheds in Leopardon have historically caused growth constraints for the town. It is worthy to note that in 2010, Teagle sold the sections on the north side of Manatahi Road, on the right side of the road looking north. The setback distance from these sections is 50 metres to the poultry sheds on the corner of Manatahi and running towards the north. Our submission for Leopardon is that the setback rule for Leopardon could be relaxed down to 15 metres. The sheds throughout Leopardon are for egg laying, as I've said previously. So it's worthy to note there's been no complaints from houses that are now built along Richmond Road, and those sections were sold around 2010 and had previously been owned by Teagle.
So generally with the odour of chicken sheds, the laying sheds to the south of Leopardon there, they're only generally cleaned out once, maybe twice a year. And that's generally where the smell would be coming from, if any smell did come out. Whereas normal broiler sheds that you can see further along Manatahi Road, general boiler sheds are a 6-week cycle. So that's why they generally smell more towards the end of the the run when they're getting cleaned out. Whereas all the sheds down on the Richmond Road there and Watley Road are the laying sheds, so they don't have the same turnover as the normal broiler sheds.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the ones you're referring to where you think, I think on the corner Manatee Road, are they broiler sheds, are they?
Yeah, the bigger ones.
No,
No, not those ones.
Sorry.
Egg ones?
Yes.
Where are the broiler sheds?
Oh, sorry, if you just go further, just a little bit further along to the right, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, those,
Oh, okay.
those are the ones, broilers.
The broiler meat chicken shed.
Yes.
And they've got a 6-week cycle.
So is there anything stopping you from converting, or any one of the chicken farmers from converting a laying operation to a broiler operation? Apart from the contract with Tegel presumably, but from a regional council point of view, have you got an air discharge permit that only relates to laying? Or do you have an air discharge permit based on simply the number of birds, regardless of whether they're broilers or laying?
Usually it's for the number of birds in the sheds.
So you could convert to a broiler operation if you wanted to, provided the number of birds was within your permit.
The sheds are too old, sir, and it would be a really substantial upgrade to put them into meat chicken sheds. The requirements are very high, and we just wouldn't meet them without spending a lot of money to make it work. And also with the broiler sheds, the number of birds in the sheds would be doubled, which would create which would take this sensitivity. You'd have to go further out 200 or 300 metres.
Setback for the for an increase in the number of birds.
Yes, yes. So
it's not a regulation per se, it's just a viability issue, really. You couldn't convert without doubling the number of birds, which then creates a consent issue.
Yeah.
And would that same sort of barrier apply to the other laying sheds in the area?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but the only laying sheds that have been to the broiler sheds are the ones it's close to the area in Cairo Road, further along. They were laying sheds and they got converted to broiler sheds just in the past few years, but apart from that, it doesn't generally happen.
And it won't happen in Lebanon there. Tegel are aware of the issue, but I think in the future they will be building a large egg production farm somewhere else. That has been on their books for some time. So a lot of those sheds there in Lebanon could be obsolete. All our contracts finish in 2027 with a right of renewal process, which we would take up.
So you said in your evidence was 2025, but is that 27 or 26?
25, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, 25.
Does Tegel do all the work on the sheds, or do you
Yes.
do that?
No.
So you just provide like a lease a building type of thing?
Yes.
And they do everything?
Similar to a
Commercial
building. Yeah.
building, okay.
So the sanitary sewer infrastructure, Lebanon is not reticulated, but the land in our proposal has a permeable base. And as earlier engineering reports state, it is suitable for the standard septic tank and wastewater systems. Under the vanilla values, there are no cultural sites on our land that could cause any issues for the proposal. The closest one is back at the school. Landscape and features, special features, the established riparian planting along the river bank of the Wangara stream will enhance and extend the recreational area for the Lebanon town. The extension will happen when a walkway is constructed and available to Lebanon for nature study will increase along the stream on weekends. This will add further vibrancy for the people. To add to the submissions Tracy and Mr. Pritchard, Lebanon School has a capacity for 200 children. At the moment has a roll of 146. So there's quite a few seats available at the school. The further community support main hall attached to the school is available for the community at $15 an hour and is used for birthdays and quiz nights. There is a community swimming pool available for people. There's also a play centre and preschool. The town water scheme provides for water for our poultry sheds, 562 Richmond Road, and 3 laying sheds further south of our land. Once our farm is closed, this water will be available for residential use. And the rural lifestyle would have the trickle feed water system that's been set up in the area for rural lifestyle blocks. We believe that we will gain consent from the local Hapu, Te Arioa and Puketapu Hapu, as we believe that is necessary, that it has a necessary landscape and well-established riparian planting along the Wangana stream that protects the natural ecosystem. The large hedge running along this Japanese cedar along Richmond Road and is probably around 5 metres high and 4 metres or so. That would be retained. That's about my submission.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, Ken. Putting together this pack, it's pretty professional. All of the information that we might need, and I know it takes a bit of time to put these things together. So really great to have that at our fingertips. I'll just hand over to Kit to see whether he has any questions.
Your neighbours to the north and Mr. Pritchard all sought a low density residential zone. Is there any reason why you went for a rural lifestyle zone as opposed to a low density residential?
I feel it fits into the rural area with it's broken up with a lot of small lots along Richmond Road and along Wortley Road. So these small subdivisions, and I feel that would fit in better the Lebanon landscape as a lifestyle, rural lifestyle.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. You live on the little notch that's been taken out, is that right?
That's my daughter's.
Oh, your daughter's property. Okay, do you live in Lebanon at all yourself?
No, I live in.
Okay. And this, looking at the zoning maps, there's no other rural lifestyle zone around Lebanon, is there?
No, not to my knowledge.
No, I don't have any other questions. That was very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Newson.
Kevin and I have one question. It's relating to your sketched street plan. Steve, do we have that available up on the screen? No. Okay, well, just for those people that are listening in, we have been handed up a bundle of information, including a handwritten sketch plan that shows 2 lots on the block, ranging from 4,000 square metres to 7,000 square metres. I have a question about the access ways of the Richmond Road.
Yes.
Yes. I noticed it looks like there might be 1, 2, 3, at least 3 driveways coming in to service the subdivision.
Yes.
So there's another one with the house. So
yes.
I know traffic engineers are always sort of looking at trying to minimise sort of subdivision, access way to be K zones. So, but you mentioned the 50K zone comes down about a third of the way into your property.
Yes.
So could you just?
About there, where the
About
juice is, about there something. That's it there, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the access ways looks like it might be in the current situation. What I
Yes.
can see.
That's, the visibility along that stretch of road there is very, very good. It's just a straight, direct piece of road. There's not a lot of vehicles. It's not a high use road, but it is well established and it is, but it's a rural, in the rural environment, so the traffic is spasmodic, really.
Yes.
And
Yeah, okay,
so,
that's fine. That's the only question I have.
okay, thank you.
So thanks for your attendance and your information.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Don't get too wet out there.
No, no, it's quite bad, isn't it?
Christine, I wonder whether you may have to pick up the walkers. I would like to have a skim of it while we're talking to Mr. Brophy.
So we had a bundle of documents that
I had a fight with the printer.
Okay, well, let's carry on and we'll just get back. Welcome back to me. Thank you, we've read your evidence.
Mr. Chairman, may I please just kick off with a brief introduction, just to recap on where we've got to with this matter. And Christine, we'll pop a map up for you, and I've also got one as a handout. It's for information purposes for this morning and shows the recommended rezonings from the various officers. Just hopefully useful reference for you for today. But just as a recap, the 4 landowners of the sites at 680 to 700 Devon Road, which is bright pink linear strip there, made separate but identical submissions seeking to rezone this strip from general industrial to mixed use zone. The submissions were supported in 2 further submissions and opposed in 2 further submissions. And this included a further submission in opposition from Waka Kotahi on the basis that there is insufficient detail to determine whether the rezoning would have an adverse impact on State Highway 3. Now, in my Section 42A report, I recommended.
I just pause. Can you confirm me? You said there are 4 submissions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cadastral properties. Are 2 of them controlled by 1 submitter?
Yes, I believe so. The northern 2 properties.
So 696 and 700 are they tagged or tied, or are they just owned by the same? Presumably there must be some access arrangement. Oh no, that's right. There's access straight out into the road there, isn't there?
They both have an access onto to the road there.
Thanks for that.
So, I have recommended rezoning these sites to mixed use zone, and Bro Devon, being the landowner of number 690 Devon Road, and Waka Kotahi have provided briefs of evidence and appeared at the hearing. And the hearing was adjourned when it became apparent that the Bro Devon representatives were unaware of Waka Kotahi's evidence. And at that time, the panel requested that Bro Devon, Waka Kotahi and the council work together with a view to developing an option that was agreeable to all parties. So after a number of discussions and emails, I prepared 2 draft rules for the parties to consider. They are specific controls within a mixed-use zoning, and I've referred to this area as the Waiwakaio specific control area. And those specific controls modify rules R1 and R2 in the mixed-use zone by limiting the permitted commercial service activities rather, to a very specific subset of those activities, and by providing a consenting pathway for all other commercial service activities and for supermarkets. So after further discussion, the 2 draft rules received further refinement and the addition of some bottom-up alignment to the policies for the zone. And this collaborative work is presented in the further briefs of evidence from Mr. Brophy for Bro Devon and Ms. Hebblethwaite and Mr. Church for Waka Kotahi. So that brings us to today and the opportunity for the panel to hear again from the submitter and further submitter.
Thank you, Ali. It's a great summary. And, apologies, I skipped over you. Was there questions?
Yeah, I'm just so, for the purposes of today, do we still assume that this Waiwakaio special control area, is it called an area or an overlay area, would only apply at this stage to the proposed mixed-use rezonings, not to the Hamlin site?
Correct, yes. Mr. Bonas will talk to the Hamlin site. And we've had some good discussions, he and I, and we agree largely on what we want to see on these sites, and that we want to restrict commercial service activities, commercial activities actually in their entirety, and supermarkets, but it's how we deliver that. That's where there is still some disagreement between us, that I'm continuing to recommend a mixed-use zoning, and Mr. Bonas standing by his recommendation for retaining the general industrial zoning. You know, I would just put a caveat on that we haven't heard from Bro Devon, you know, this morning. So in our rights of reply, we'll probably, you know, want to acknowledge and reference some of what Mr. Brophy has to say.
Well, Mr. Brophy's only addressing
yes, correct.
Peak sites. Really, it's in particular in relation to this specific issue. It's really Mr. Walker we want to probably have a bit of a chat to. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Is Matt going to give us a similar briefing, or that's next?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome from Christchurch, probably, Matt, is that right?
Sorry, sir, bear with me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're all good.
Marvellous. Can you see me? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, we can't see you, but that's probably okay.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Apologies. So just briefly in terms of where I'm at, I certainly appreciate all the work that's been done between the parties in terms of those properties further to the north. My summary is very, very brief. Essentially, where I got to in the Section 42A report was a recommendation to the panel to retain the general industrial zone. And there were a number of reasons specified within the Section 42A evidence for that. And I'll just give you the paragraph numbers. I won't go through it in detail. It was paragraphs 241. And that was really around sort of the transport infrastructure and the proposition at that time and Mr. Walker's evidence to go to a straight mixed use zone. And the mixed use zone provided for, and I think it's covered by Ali, supermarkets, service stations and fast food, which obviously are notoriously high traffic generators. There was also the issue at paragraph 125 as to the ability, because the Hamlin site is sort of embedded somewhat into the BCL site, as to increasing the sort of scale and significance of what would be a commercial node as tied with my recommendation for the BCL site. And obviously, as identified in the evidence of Mr. Heath, any increase in scale or intensity in terms of that wider commercial node and in terms of its impacts on the central city was opposed. The last one, and it's I'm quite interested in this in terms of, I guess, the potential relief that's on the table, is whether or not there's been any discussions between Mr. Walker and Mr. Brophy especially as to the sort of integration between the BCL site and the Hamlin site. It's fair to say that BCL and Mr. Brophy have put in substantial endeavours, both through the resource consent and subsequently in terms of putting forward recommendations to the panel, as to coming up with sort of a blueprint about how that site can be developed and produce a high quality environment that ties in its traffic infrastructure and with a wider network. And that's done in a very structured format. I think it's somewhat endemic on Mr. Walker to sort of identify how this proposal would tie within that. And I'm hoping that there's been some discussions between those two parties. So look, in terms of where I settled and the recommendation I provided to the panel some time ago now, I think it was June, is that there's some prospect for either, and I think I referred to it as either a GIS minus or a MUS plus, in terms of integrating in the Hamlin site with what was on the table for that wider corridor to the north. Certainly opposed, and I made that abundantly clear within the 42A report, as to an extension of the commercial zone for the Hamlin site. And I think that was taken on board by Mr. Walker, and he addressed that within his evidence. Where I've landed, and after reading through the material put together by Mr. Brophy and the representatives of Waka Kotohi, is that I still have a few concerns with sort of the MUS plus as extended to the Hamlin site. And the reason for that really is around the integration of that site with BCL. And the prospect of supermarkets as a restricted discretionary activity, perhaps not only just on that site, but also further north. So I think where I'm landing is certainly a movement from the original, it should be a GIS within the Section 42A report. I'm still of the view at this stage that sort of a GIS plus allowing for those commercial service activities is the more appropriate. And the reason for the discussion, and Ali was very careful in terms of the words that he chose, was that the framework around the GIS zone is certainly provides a higher threshold test for the prospect of new retail activities being established on that site. It sets a higher benchmark. Those policies and objectives are reasonably directive. Whereas with a MUS zoning, even with the restricted rules and some of the policy amendments, it still anticipates or still provides, I would suggest, a lower bar to providing for those retail activities on the Hamlin site. And I have some discomfort with that, whereas the activities that I think are appropriate on that site are those that are lower traffic generating ones, which are the sort of commercial service activities. They don't create retail distributional effects, so there would be no issue with that. So a GIS plus that makes it abundantly clear that those commercial service activities are provided for and anticipated, and addressed through something similar to the concept areas put forward by Mr. Brophy and Ali, I think would be an appropriate way forward. But obviously there's evidence to come from Mr. Walker and Mr. Brophy, and I look forward to listening to that. That's me.
Just so I'm clear, Matt, you mentioned right at the start a GIS minus and a MUS plus, but are you?
I think, yeah, wrong way around.
Yeah, okay. So you're
Sorry,
talking about
yes.
a GIS plus or a MUS minus?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct, sir. And I think what's been put forward in the framework by Mr. Brophy and Ali is essentially that MUS minus. It fine tunes the MUS provisions, provides a slightly tighter policy framework, and allows for those commercial service activities. But also supermarkets as restricted discretionary, and I have some hesitation with that. Whereas I think a GIS plus, especially on the Hamlin site, and they are distinguishable, sir. I recognise that a spot zoning's never appropriate, or not necessarily the most appropriate. But the policy framework, given its context within that wider BCL, and my recommendation to the panel, means that I think a tighter suite of provisions is quite appropriate. Especially, there doesn't appear to be sort of any expert evidence in terms of traffic effects or commercial retail effects on the table for me to consider.
I'll certainly be asking some questions about that for the planning witnesses. Kit, did you have any questions before we go to the evidence?
Thank you, Mr. Bonas. Did you pick up that Ms. Hepplethwaite is also recommending this for supermarkets from her evidence?
Yes, I think her evidence identified it as a discretionary activity. Whereas I think if it was left as sort of a GIS, it becomes non-complying. And in my mind, that probably is the more appropriate, not just in terms of the transport network capacity, but also we're on the periphery of the urban area. The BCL proposition provides for a supermarket. It's just creating adverse effects, or the anticipation of adverse effects, that I think are inappropriate.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair to Ms. Hepplethwaite, I don't think she was directly addressing the Hamlin site with respect to that particular issue. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Bonas. Can I put a question back to you, Ali?
Certainly.
Yeah, Mr. It seems to me there is something in the concern around creating more of a retail node that would potentially be enabled by going through, even on the MUS minus approach, to talk about it like Mr. Bonas does. In terms of the sites that you've recommended for mixed use zoning, do you see the potential for that sort of lower bar for retail in this area to be a concern in terms of competition with the centres hierarchy approach?
No, I absolutely do not. Both the general industrial zone and the mixed use zone list retail activities, business activities, which is offices, and living activities actually as non-compliant. They are, it's like for like in terms of the activity status. And similarly, there's an objective, very clear objective, that requires consideration of the vitality and vibrancy of the centres. So I think there is very clear and robust objective and policy support there for declining any application for retail activity. I mean, it is a big concern for me. Mr. Bonas and I agree this, and we have talked about that sort of sliding scale of, if we move from general industrial zoning to mixed use zoning, is that like a creep that then you could expect in the next plan, for example, that you would end up with a commercial zone. But I think the way, this is a very non-traditional mixed use zoning we've got here in New Plymouth. It's not living over the top of shops, which is what I traditionally think of mixed use zoning. It's, these are non-complying activities, retailers.
I didn't mean to play you two off against each other. I'm sorry, I just wanted to.
We agree.
Yeah.
On most things. It's just the colouring in.
We agree on everything apart from the hue. Okay, no, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for that introduction, Matt. We'll move to Mr. Brophy, who's given us some evidence. To you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Commissioners. So what I might do is just perhaps pick through some of the highlights in my evidence. Here this morning, presenting planning expert evidence on behalf of Pro Devon Limited. They are the owners of 690 Devon Road. One thing I would just like to clarify is that I'm only providing evidence for them today. Although their submission was originally drafted with the other property owners, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the group, just to be clear there.
How does that work? So did you draft the submissions for all of the parties?
So I had some involvement in drafting those, so they also had input in them. Bro Devon was the only property owner that had an interest in proceeding and providing evidence in the hearing. The other owners were not as interested in providing that sort of funding for expert evidence, and perhaps
So they're just slipstreaming in behind you.
seem to be, yes.
But essentially, are they satisfied with the proposed plan? Were they just saying, well,
We don't know.
we don't know, or?
It's unclear. I mean, the original submission stepped out their position at that point in time,
Yes.
and it's about as far as I could go, to be honest.
Does your evidence, but you are slipstreaming them in your evidence, aren't you?
Yes, so I have talked broadly over the planning outcome for that group of properties. And that's partly the position of my client, Bro Devon, as well, that their preference is for properties to be treated in the same way, which makes a lot of sense as well.
I think I should put it on the table now, because this is discussion. You say in your evidence a couple of times, I think, that you haven't had time, or there hasn't been time or resources to look at this comprehensively in terms of having evidence. I understand the resources issue as you explained, but can you tell me why there hasn't been time in the last 3 years to bring forward expert traffic evidence, looking at some realistic hypotheticals?
Yeah, so I guess I could speak in terms of my involvement with Bro Devon Limited, and we have discussed some situations where traffic evidence might be sought, and I guess it was their decision not to seek that. So that's on their behalf, and I guess that may be also a question for council planners on why perhaps a wider traffic assessment perhaps wasn't completed by council.
But it's your client or clients that are seeking this change. Why would the compulsion be on the council to provide the traffic evidence to support your client's submission?
Yeah, it's a fair point. I see what you're asking. I guess where I've landed with my evidence is whilst that would be useful, I don't think it's our only option here today. And given that the traffic matters are relatively discrete, I feel that they can be addressed through some specific controls in the rules. But I can understand the position of Waka Kotahi. That traffic assessment certainly would be useful, but it hasn't been forthcoming for a number of reasons.
Thank you. I won't continue with that. I just thought I'd get that on the table just so we know.
Sure.
Next. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so that partly sort of covers one of the points I was to work through. We do have evidence from Waka Kotahi around their preference for some wider modelling traffic assessment. What I would say is that we do have some traffic assessment that was provided in the Blue Haven resource consent. So we do have some understanding from the work that Philip Brown completed on capacity on State Highway 3. What that does tell us is that yes, there are some constraints on the network. And Mr. Church from Waka Kotahi, his position aligns with that. So I guess we do have some certainty around the issues at play here in terms of traffic. So in my view, the issues to be resolved for these Devon Road sites is a discrete traffic issue, in particular relating to high traffic generating activities. And so we have had a list of activities that are of concern. And that includes drive-through restaurants, service station, building improvement centres and supermarkets. The issue that we currently have with the mixed-use zone is that activities like supermarkets, for example, are listed as permitted activities, but then they would always trigger the transport high traffic generating rule R10. So they would require consent, but the framework is perhaps a little too permissive. So I understand the disconnect there. So that is where I guess this third option comes in. So as Ms. Gibson explained earlier, the council had the initial drafting of that provision, and I have reviewed that and made some minor changes, but I haven't ended up changing too much. And the version that I would support is attached as Appendix A to my evidence. I think I would also like to make it pretty clear that at this late stage, if we are to be making changes, my preference is to not make sweeping changes to the mixed use zone. Obviously just making minimum changes just to provide for this instance if possible. As I'm well aware, it's going to have ramifications for other activities throughout the district. So that's the approach I've taken there. So perhaps just working through slowly the changes that I have made. And I've highlighted my changes in green. So the first addition that I'm recommending is in the overview statement, which provides context for these specific sites, which we're referring to as the Waiwakaio specific control area. And it acknowledges the capacity at peak traffic hours on the network. And then it looks to specifically manage rather than allow. And so the managed terminology is the restricted discretionary listing that I have for these activities rather than permitted, which would be in the straight mixed use zone. And then that blurb in the overview statement is intended to give context to the objectives and policies that follow. No changes are suggested to the objectives, because I feel that there is enough coverage there to address the change. And then the only other two changes is in P1 and P2, where we have the word specified being used, and then also some exclusions for supermarkets.
Jeremy, I just had a little clarification around the specified commercial activities. Those are only specified in terms of the control area rather than the general zone. Commercial activities, service activities anticipated or permitted in the rest of the museum?
That's correct. That's how it's intended to be read, yeah.
Just like the way you've done that drafting, the whole
would pull everything in with it.
It's a seems to be a signalled restriction on them list of activities, but then when you have to go to the rules and work out that commercial service activities that's the case, isn't it?
That's how it's drafted, yeah. I guess the other way around it is in the policy, you could include a similar bracketed exclusion or a caveat.
Yeah, that might be fine there, but we'll be back on that.
You didn't, consistent with the principle of not making wide sweeping changes, you didn't contemplate a specific policy that just related to this area? Or do you think that would be sort of going too far in terms of...
We did, and Ms. Hepplethwaite I understand had a preference for that, for being a little bit more prescriptive in terms of the traffic outcomes. Yeah, I was a wee bit reluctant to go into that sort of detail in terms of the change that it would have to all of those policies and just the extra detail. I think we did have enough. But yeah, it was considered in our sort of informal discussions and working this up.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the only sort of area-specific add-on that's sort of arisen over the course of the hearings in relation to the MUS. We've got, you know, a sort of a lesser threshold for residential in MUS zones around the town centre. And that's, you know, obviously that's something we'll have to think about in terms of doing the least injustice to the provisions as they started, but making sure it's very clear that we have taken, in respect of living activities, a MUS plus approach in respect of that aspect, but a MUS minus in respect of this other area that we're contemplating at the moment. And you're right, you either sort of blend them into the existing policy framework with lots of brackets and exclusions and stuff, or another option might be just to headline them and say, with in this area, this slightly different policy regime will apply. But I guess that's something we'll have to deliberate on. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Spray.
So yes, so those are the changes, and in reviewing the evidence by Ms. Hebblethwaite, my understanding is that the main difference between our provisions is that supermarket would be listed as a discretionary activity. It looks to me like most of the other provisions are generally agreed. In addition to that, the list of permitted activities that is listed under MUS R1 has been reviewed by the council's traffic engineer, Ms. Taylor, and also by Mr. Church at Waka Kotahi, and I understand they are both comfortable with the activities listed there, and none of those raise any concerns from a traffic perspective. So that's helpful in framing up those activities as a planner trying to pull this together. So that's where that's come from. And then in terms of the matters of restricted discretionary matters, they have been taken from Tran R10. So we have alignment there with what provisions are in there. And then for the supermarket activity status, which is R2, the last three matters of discretion have been borrowed from the mixed use zone. So that's where they come from, and the rest are R10. The only other points I guess are worth talking through, obviously traffic is the main point of contention for this zone. But I've also raised in my evidence chief cultural evidence that's come through earlier, and I've provided a link to the YouTube verbal evidence provided by Ngā Mata Skipper there, just helping everyone in that different hearing. So I think that's important to consider. And I guess the interesting point for me is that these properties all sit below where the marae is above, and obviously discharges and the like will potentially be wafting up the escarpment, potentially up that way. But yeah, there is industrial around the marae as well, so I do acknowledge that. And then the last point is in terms of the activity itself, mixed use zone in my mind is a better type of activities, or provide for a better type of activities with the entry corridor to the city. So the look of it, I think, is important to think about as well. But yeah, not playing down the traffic side of it. That is clearly a key point to address. So yeah, it's me. If you've got any questions.
Thanks, Jeremy. See if we can speak loudly over the rain on the roof, which is pretty intense. So, yeah,
Thanks, Jeremy. That's all been very helpful, actually, and I do wish to acknowledge the collaborative way in which you, Waka Kotahi, and the council have sort of presented this to us. Even though it might not be the complete answer, it gets us very sort of close to knowing how to resolve it if indeed we go down that path. So very grateful for that. You indicated that one of the only differences between you and Ms. Hepplethwaite was in respect of the status of supermarkets. Ms. Hepplethwaite also included within her MUS R2 drive-through restaurants and building improvement centres. Do you have a view or a position on that?
Okay, yeah, I guess from my point of view, there is enough control there in the provisions I've ordered through. We also have in the transport chapter, we have R11, which is also another trigger for access points onto the state highway. So that does provide some additional control, and I guess for the properties to the north, 700 and 696, that particular rule would activate. Possibly not for the other ones, as we've got Stub Road in between the state highway, and then the bottom one accesses onto Kateri Road.
Can you just clarify for me, if drive-through restaurants and building improvement centres weren't included in the chapeau for R2, how else would what would be their status in the mixed-use zone of this location?
So they would be picked up under MUS R1 as a restricted discretionary activity because they're not listed as permitted.
Gotcha. They fall within commercial service activity, is that right?
Correct.
So they would not meet the rule, so they'd go and they'd then be assessed against the criteria there. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Which are in any event the same criteria that were being recommended under your supermarket. Are they slightly different? Are the criteria different for your RDIS supermarket and your R1 not within the permitted activities?
So that the traffic matters are the same. Yep. So it's the same as R10.
And do you have a view on? I have to say, looking down the list of matters you have crafted for restricted discretionary, it's really quite a refined, almost an imperceptible gap in terms of the scope of discretion between your RDIS criteria and a fully discretionary activity anyway. So I wonder whether we're splitting hairs here. I agree, RDIS is, again, a rule that keeps everyone focused. Do you think there are matters that would be brought to bear in considering an application for a supermarket that might be relevant, but wouldn't be picked up by the RDIS criteria?
I struggle to see any other points, to be honest. Yeah, but again, this is the reason, and I've provided evidence in other hearings where the issues at hand are clear. Restricted discretionary is appropriate. A discretionary activity is often more useful when we have less certainty. So I feel that it is still appropriate in that way. And it does give some certainty around future development of that area as well. I think, if it's sitting in that restricted discretionary, we have a clear understanding of what is important, and it's for these properties, it is clearly traffic.
And it's a helpful summary because around the nature of a restricted discretionary versus a discretionary, because I I think you're right. But what happens in practice a lot is that somehow there's this sliding scale of almost nervousness or tension that sort of goes up, almost like a greater heightened awareness as you go up the activity scale from RDIS to DIS to non-complying, where the status itself creates almost some meta fascination with what's been put before the consent authority, which unfortunately has some High Court support to it, but in practice probably doesn't achieve anything with respect to the High Court. Sorry, just get that on the record. So, I mean, do you have a sense, and I guess this is a broad question, when you're putting in resource consent applications with this council, is there all of a sudden a sharp intake of breath if it's not restricted discretionary? For example, it's discretionary or non-complying. Do you find that it's harder?
Certainly non-complying, and there are certain parts of the district where we have a very clear understanding that there are hot issues. Yeah, rural subdivision would be one of them. As a practitioner here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, it's discretionary and working for a much developed land is very broad. Obviously, anything can pop up. Yeah, and there is a risk around that in terms of certainty on consenting.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Jeremy, while on the suggested provisions, MUS 2, these are the ones. I'm looking at that, it's just discretion is restricted. And I'd like you to have a look at number 9. So from what I can read, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only standard that deals with effects in relation to the function of local town or city centre zone. Is that right? No other.
That's why I read it, Robert.
Can you explain why the term ancillary activity is used here? Because I would have thought that this was a pretty key issue. I know people argue that supermarkets and big box Bunnings and stores aren't sort of competing with retail and retail effects, but they do do a lot of people in that, and they do sell things that are in the centre zones as well. So can you explain, is that a typo or how that works?
Ancillary activity.
I think Ellie might be able to help.
Yeah, my understanding is that possibly relates to the food and beverage, sort of a smaller ancillary, servicing those larger activities.
Yeah, or a little office associated with the garden centre or something.
A little office, yeah.
Probably more appropriate to refer to it in the context of R1, but because we've actually created a rule that's very specific to those 3 activities, I wonder whether it's superfluous.
That's right. I think in my version, with regard to a supermarket, it probably doesn't make as much sense. Very.
Ellie, do you have any help?
Yes, I concur with what you're discussing. This measure of discretion is in the original rule, the untampered with rule, as a matter of discretion in MUS R1. So we've lifted it cleanly into both these new rules. But I take your point. And it does relate to the ancillary office and retail activity. It's ancillary to the primary MUS activity.
Yeah, but other 2 just relates to supermarkets.
That's right. So yes, I'd agree. It's superfluous.
But in your mind, you made a comment earlier on, Ellie, that Supermarkets don't really compete with retail activities, so you wouldn't have to even consider if supermarket application came along as a this or a restricted discretion, what impact it might have on centres.
Yeah, so if it came in as a DIS, you'd be looking at the policies and objectives that relate to centres. It's really, it's tricky, isn't it? Because supermarket is defined in itself, but I think it also sits under general retail definition, so it could be considered in terms of how it can impact on the. However, they're not permitted in the centres, so.
Okay.
Is that right? Supermarkets are, as I understand it, only permitted in the streets. They are permitted in the centres. Okay, so yes, yeah, we would have the ability to consider
As a discretion.
as a discretionary activity, unless we popped something in.
Yeah, that's really my question.
And it's-
You should think about that because
Yes.
I've got a lot, I've been involved for a limited extent in the supermarket wars and pretty intense. I've been down various sort of hearings and working on Kapiti District with the Coastlands sort of centre and then other, one of these supermarkets, even at an RDA or discretion, I think they're in the game.
Yes.
For those sites, and that really goes on to my following up on his question about sort of what actually is the exceptional uses that go in here, fast food and building supply firms. You know, that right turn. We only have the evidence for Mr. Church really in terms of traffic that we can rely on. And the evidence I've gleaned from him is that this is not a easy area to be managing lots of in and outs of high traffic generating activities. Okay, so Jeremy, back to you. Perhaps a couple of questions. The first one was at your paragraph 20. We highlight the term high traffic generators. Is that the term VART in the plan in terms of a definition, or why do you highlight it?
Yeah, so that relates back to R10, which high traffic generators are actually defined. And on top of that, Waka Kotahi have picked out specific activities they consider of concern because they are high traffic generators. So that's what that relates to.
Right. So just a question about your figure one, which is the Hateri Marae area. We sites as a Campbell and Unaloo that go to this location. It's a Marae transition with lots of big plans around, I think. And as we heard from Skipper, it's sort of right near these sites. It stands over them. The question really was, when you talk about at paragraph 26, a greater risk of reverse sensitivity effects, noise, odour, industrial air discharges, wouldn't that area be protected by plan standards or resource consent conditions? Because you wouldn't expect an area like that to be subject to off-site effects. I know that does happen when it's existing after, but how I get the planning argument, but is that any effects that would occur outside what was expected through standards in the regional plan or district plan?
Yeah, so I guess that's the extra layer, isn't it? Would an industrial activity require any discharge consent? Or can they comply through treatment of the discharge or otherwise?
But even with any discharge consent, they'd have to meet all of the air quality standards in terms of neighbouring property.
That's right, yeah. So I guess there's two things in my mind. There's the consented activities and then there's your general activities that do occur on an industrial site, which are not collected by consent because they're kind of ad hoc, i.e. burning things, which, you know, I have observed driving along there from time to time. So that's probably where I'm pointing at, or at those industrial activities, whereas mixed use type activities, you're less likely to have those kind of duty activities occurring on site because it's used in a different way. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, okay. Can you talk to us about figure 3? Unfortunately, I can't actually read those images. They've probably been snipped out of a larger document. Can you just, I don't know whether they'll be any clearer on the screen, or can you?
I can read out the colour.
Can you read out the colours to me? Sure.
So the black one says existing queue length calibrated.
So that's the current situation at the moment, or when that's done?
Yes, yep, when it was done. The red one said existing roading layout queue length, year 3. So that's in year 3. That's how the queuing has become worse.
This is post the Blue Haven consent.
Yes. Yep. And then the third one is development queue length, year 3. So that's with the roading upgrades included, and that's why you have 2 blue arrows, because you've got a new intersection. Kateri Road intersection.
Okay. And the second, so just, no, the one's PM peak hour, one's Saturday peak hour. So this is, yep, that's fine. Thanks for that explanation. Well, you're 41, this is just a qualify you've made to the your appendix A, that they're generally consistent with the objectives and policies in the transport chapter. Is that generally consistent? Is that, are there some issues that are still problematic in those policies in the transport chapter in your mind, or is it?
I think it was just a general check just to make sure there is alignment, and that if what I'm suggesting is it marrying in with those provisions or not. So it was a process of alignment really, and just reporting what I've observed.
So would you say they're in alignment with, or I suppose you use them generally consistent in that?
Yes, so are in alignment with would work as well.
Okay, and the last question relates to your paragraph 42. I was trying to work out what you're trying to say here in your last sentence. Is the term functional, for the functional outcome for property owners, is that code for this area is always going to be a car-centric area and can't really tap into multimodal?
That's essentially what I'm saying. Yeah, it's acknowledging the constraints that are out there, and the use of all of those properties are dominated by heavy vehicles for loading activities and passenger vehicles for picking up bulky goods. So yeah, that's just acknowledging that existing use.
Okay. Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
If we accepted Ms. Hepplethwaite's suggestion to make, to include drive-through restaurants, and building improvement centres within R2. What would, so that they've got their own activity set about. Going back to R1, what would you contemplate? What would you contemplate not meeting the permitted thresholds and having to go through the RDIS process? Would it simply be things that don't comply with those matters, or are there some other MUS activities that are otherwise permitted that would fall through? Well, would I just wondering what's the scope of your MUS one restricted discretionary rule? What's it likely to relate to or cover? So it's not a supermarket drive-through or.
Yeah, it is very broad in that the other thing, in the commercial service activity definition, there's a vague reference to other things that may be included. So that's intended to pick up anything not specified. So R1 is the key really in terms of the activities picked up, and then R2 is just specific supermarket. That's how it was intended to be drafted.
As the rules are at the moment, we've got R1 as commercial service activities, R2 as supermarkets, R3 are community facilities, and R4 are sport and recreation. So essentially, what you're proposing is that under R1 we differentiate between some sorts of commercial service activities and others based on your permitted criteria, and then with supermarkets we're thinking about doing the same, albeit there's a contest around status. So right. No, I think I understand it.
Thanks for your.
Thanks, Jim. Yep.
Want to clarify?
What was that, sorry?
Anything else you'd like?
Oh, no, nothing. Thank you.
Thanks for your assistance, Jeremy.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll take a break for say 10 minutes. Here with Mr. Walker. Thank you. No, just had a bit of feedback from David that we are coming in and out a bit, so I think it's got to eat the microphone when we're talking, or get as close to it as we can. So let's get underway. Welcome, Hamish, and just take us through your evidence, please.
Yeah. Morning. So I'm representing John and Mary Hamblin, who own the commercial site at 674, 676 Devon Road. Have my evidence in chief here, which I can go through, but I've also got some supplementary evidence to circulate. Might be skipping that.
I can't remember, and I'm sorry for this, but did we go through your evidence last time, or did we just sort of kick you for touch and say
me for touch? Yeah, but it was probably quite good. Like 2 days into COVID, I was quite happy to.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I do remember.
Yeah, and just for clarity, my supplementary evidence is really only focusing on traffic matters after reviewing Jeremy's evidence.
So I wonder whether you just take us through that supplementary evidence.
Okay. Yeah.
Really bring us right up to date.
Can
and
do.
then step back. Read it out to us. That means we can take it in, and then go back to your main statement. Anything else you want to add at the end? Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, this supplementary evidence I obviously didn't have the benefit of reading Jeremy's evidence for the Bro Devon sites prior to writing my evidence in chief. So the main point I want to get across is that I think that the special control area proposed by Mr. Brophy could be extended to include the Hamblin site, noting that high traffic generating activities like supermarkets, drive-through restaurants were of a key concern within the Waka Kotahi submission, as well as concerns raised by Mr. Bonus in the Section 42A report. I think the special control area proposed by Mr. Brophy is quite an effective way to specify those activities within the mixed use zone, rather than, well, in addition, I suppose, to what I'd stated in my evidence in chief, that I placed a lot of control around the transport rules and Tran R8 and high traffic generating activities. So I think this additional control proposed by Mr. Brophy and extended to the Hamblin site would provide for adequate control over those traffic generating activities and manage effects on the state highway through a resource consent process. So that's the base of the supplementary evidence.
Thank you. You heard my questions of Jeremy about core evidence is traffic.
Yes.
Correct. And your client chose not to bring any specific traffic evidence.
No.
Just explain to me why that is.
Similar to Mr. Brophy. I think it would have been a useful thing to bring, but it wasn't provided at the time.
You acknowledge we can only make decisions based on expert evidence, really. Yes.
I think, as Mr. Brophy pointed out, this is another solution that potentially could be considered, but I do acknowledge that it would have been useful to have that information.
It would have been entirely possible for your client to bring a traffic engineer and bring evidence if they really wanted to, even at this hearing, even during delays. But they haven't, so that's what we have. We have what we have. Yeah. Okay. So, Kat, did you have any questions?
You've answered the one question I had, which is, do you think that this Waiakaio special control area would be extended to include your client's property? And you've effectively said that. No, I don't have any questions. I think that's all very clear. Yeah.
Thank you, Hamish. That's all we have. Okay. Well, I think we've got your planning opinion, which is this slipstream on this. The other evidence for me, other questions are traffic related, which you can't answer. So that's all we have. Thank you.
Is Jeremy still here? Jeremy, can you just come and sit back up here next to Hamish? Now that I know the answer to the question I had of Mr. Walker, can I just ask you whether you perceive any planning issues with the control that you've suggested and you've worked up with Ms. Hepplethwaite and Ms. Gibson being extended to the Hamblin site? Do you think it's fit for purpose to manage any potential traffic related impacts on the network from the MUS Plus approach if we took a similar approach? Or must mind?
I'd be comfortable with applying that in a similar way to the Hamlin site.
Mm.
I think there is control there in the framework that, that's been offered up. One point of difference, and given that I haven't provided evidence on the Hamlin property specifically, so this is me just, my observations is that the site.
Freestyling.
Yeah, freestyling, that's right. It does have access onto Karteri Road, which is helpful, and that's a point of difference, I think, to some of the other properties.
Yeah, I mean, of the properties we're talking about, 6, your client's property has its primary access out Stubb Road, isn't it? Yeah. Whereas 680 has access to Karteri Road as well. This one here, yeah.
Correct.
686 and 688, their access is Stubb Road. And 696 and 700 is direct onto the highway, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. So to get everyone out to Karteri Road, all of those landowners have really got to cooperate and reorganise their titles, really, don't they?
They would have to.
Yeah. Okay. And given that they're not even prepared to come to the hearing and cheerlead you, slipstreaming them all in on this proposal, then is there any confidence in that acting? You don't have to answer that.
Yeah, I won't answer that. Yeah.
I think you can answer this question.
Yeah.
We've had a good look around this area, and there seems to be some very tricky physical constraints in terms of the way existing buildings are configured, and
it's a complete redevelopment.
So you'd have to look at complete redevelopment really to try and organise safer access of Karteri Road.
So I mean, coming back to the Waka Kotahi evidence, that they've provided a template for what it would have to be, and that would include a detailed ITA and potentially a precinct with some access alignment considered, and there's a lot of work there to consider that alternative.
That's right, you've obviously got, you're hearing now disquiet and discomfort with quite an important part of the whole plan framework in this space being brought to us with that sort of key traffic evidence. And I think certainly the council's one was Taylor. Was she involved early in the discussions? Megan, was she? Yeah.
And Mr. Church.
And Mr. Church. So the Waka Kotahi is a state highway regulator, and the council in terms of zoning, you are taking traffic evidence on this. It's just the landowners themselves aren't participating with evidence or anything other than planning evidence.
Yes, correct. Myself, Mr. Brophy and Ms. Hipplethwaite have been working up the rules, and we've taken advice. Myself and Ms. Hipplethwaite have taken advice from our transport experts. They haven't been involved in that roundtable discussion, but we have taken their advice and brought it to the discussion between the three of us. Yes. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So presumably you collectively reached a position that because any proposition here that might extend the range of traffic effects to the I guess the risky end of the effect spectrum, it is all contained within a consenting process that would capture those in the event that someone wanted to change the land use in the future. And on that basis, you're satisfied that we don't have to get into the intricacies of an ITA at this point, because that would follow in the event that anyone took up these provisions in the future.
Yes, that's right. So that's what this subset of activities has been agreed.
Yeah.
So what the experts have said is that this narrow set of activities can go ahead without necessarily generating further issues on the state highway. But anything else, they'd want to see an ITA, and they are agreed on that. However, That's notwithstanding the position of Waka Kotahi, which
They
on a
will
primary
be,
basis,
exactly.
they want the industrial zone.
Yeah.
So it's important to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, it's that very common planning dilemma at this stage is what do you need to know now in terms of effects versus what you need to know in the future. And I guess that's where you allocate consent status based on the extent to which you might or might not want to know things in the future. I mean, it's no different, for example, from the Blue Haven argument, isn't it? Which is, well, Mr. Got his name now, not Mr. Heath, who was the other gentleman? Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes, saying that he didn't need to do a full retail impact effects assessment because any retail activity that went beyond the threshold of floor areas specified in the Blue Haven consent would, by definition, go through another consent process. You know, it's no different. I mean, I agree the issues are very different, but the concept of and it all comes down to confidence with knowing the effects of permitted activities, and then also being able to have confidence that those effects of non-permitted activities are all going to be able to be dealt with and are not going to be so uncontrollable and an extreme that you're not ever going to be able to manage them. I guess that's the threshold we need to get to, Stephen, isn't it? Yeah.
So I think this discussion is really useful, and that there might be a proposal to come forward by resource consent with suggested rules that does amalgamate some properties and provides
full ITA.
Full ITA.
Yep.
Yes.
So, or it might not, and council might refuse consent. Yeah, no, that was just wanted to get a sense of that. So I can understand where you've got to.
Everybody can stand down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to your table, and we'll hear from Waka Kotahi now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can stay if you like, but
See you, mate. So Captain Kerry, we've read your statement. Again, I'd like to echo Kat's comments about you're really grateful that you've stayed the course and stayed to look at a bespoke solution here. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I've just, is it helpful if I read out the summary statement on behalf of Mr. Church and myself, or you're quite comfortable with the content?
It's quite a, look, I think it's quite a, there was a supplementary there.
Just emailed this morning.
I just emailed this morning.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, so yes,
Oh, yes.
this morning, yes.
Yes, Kat, just take us through that, if you would, please.
Certainly, sir. Paragraph 1.1 simply confirms that it's a joint statement from Mr. Church and myself, and that we are continuing to abide by the Environment Court Code of Conduct for Expert Witnesses. Paragraph 1.2 addresses the submissions of Mr. and Ms. Hamblin, and A to D summarises the key reasons why we continue to support retention of a general industrial zone. Briefly, point A confirms that there's been insufficient or no transport assessment provided to support the relief sought by the Hamblins. The relief sought would provide for high trip generating activities, which will impact on the already constrained transport network. Point C, that it is Mr. Church and I's opinion that the rezoning should be more widely assessed in terms of its ability to achieve plan objectives and decreased reliance on vehicle trips. And our point D is that proposed plan transport provisions are not well placed to manage the potential effects of the rezoning because the effects are cumulative. And that in our opinion, particularly mine, because this is a planning opinion, that the time to manage effects of this nature are at rezoning rather than at consenting stage. Now, I have obviously heard Mr. Walker speak this morning. Undoubtedly, the commissioners will have questions for us on the extending Hamblins to the WSC control area, but I will perhaps leave that until you are ready. And turn now to Bro Devon. Probably just to start with, we've listened to your discussion carefully this morning, and Mr. Church and I have been in communication. One of the points we'd just like to reinforce at the start is what Ms. Gibson has just referred to, and that Mr. Church and I's input into the WSCA has been to assist the panel. It does not mean that we think it's the ideal outcome. So I just want to give that as context around where we are at with regard to the draft provisions put forward by attached to Mr. Brophy's evidence, and which were commenced and drafted by Ms. Gibson. So the key matters are different, starting at my paragraph 1.4, is that we continue to consider an overall development plan for all of the submitted sites. Now that applies to all of the sites that Ms. Gibson has proposed as a, mixed use zone with the overlaid area, not just the submitters represented by Mr. Brophy. We propose a development plan for all submitted sites based on an integrated transport assessment, and that's needed to support the plan change. This is acknowledged as a comprehensive approach, and it is a better way to manage cumulative effects by Mr. Brophy, but it's been discarded. As with Hamblin, Mr. Church and I don't consider that the proposed plan is well placed to manage cumulative effects. Again, at the time of rezoning is the best opportunity to do this. Point C, we consider managing cumulative effects in this location is important given the existing access and capacity constraints and the as yet unassessed but potentially limited options for mitigation. That's both in terms of the road network and also connectivity to alternative transport modes. Again, we agree with Mr. Brophy that there are constraints on the network as he's demonstrated in his brief. The northern portion of the Bro Devon site is not well connected. Sorry, the sites. I'm referring to all 4 properties there rather than Bro Devon. That's actually an error. My apologies. I should just say sites in paragraph D. It's not well connected to walking and cycling network. This limits access by alternative modes and places reliance on the vehicle accesses, which are restricted. Once the zone is live, it provides for individual land development and individual effects, making it difficult to capture cumulative effects without an underlying cumulative assessment. Point F, despite our communal efforts, the proposed control area still has limited tools to identify and manage cumulative effects. The methods of effects management proposed is to limit the range of permitted activities and manage effects of identified high trip generating activities. In this regard, we prefer maintaining the GIS zone, noting that the MUS type activities still have a consenting pathway in the GIS zone. And just a couple of points on Mr. Brophy's evidence in particular. Mr. Brophy refers to traffic modelling undertaken by Mr. Brown for the Blue Haven development and the capacity issues during peak commuter periods. Mr. Brophy and Mr. Brown have not considered the significant safety concerns associated with the development of the sites. Again, please delete Bro Devon, because that should be more general. There's significant concern that any future development will need to recognise and address these access restrictions. And then turning to something we haven't had much discussion on today, which is the visual effects of leaving the land zone general industrial and the entrance corridor. My evidence for hearing 22 identifies a number of methods which could be used to manage the gateway effects. And it also notes that the GIS zone has a more substantive building setback provision, being 20 metres, than the MUS zone. Both of the provisions require a 60% landscaped area. This indicates that the GIS would provide more setback and more landscaping when compared with the MUS, thus has more potential for a better landscaped outcome. Now, just to confirm the footnotes there, both of the provisions I've referred to for landscaping and building setback are based on the Council's reply version of provisions. And obviously they would only come into effect should there be a redevelopment of the sites rather than it running to require today. And lastly, as more of an administrative matter, in our joint addenda statement, we included attachment 1, and in that I discussed the need for an additional policy, which I referred to as MUS Policy 8. Unfortunately, whilst I talked about it in my evidence, I failed to include it in my attachment 1, and the attachment 1 you have now has the said policy. So I apologize for that oversight. I realised that when I was preparing the summary statement that the policy was missing. It is specifically aimed, as explained in my addenda statement, to address the control area, and the first part of it seeks to do that. And the second section of the policy, as you read it, is actually taken from Transport Chapter Policy to ensure that it's consistent with the transport provisions. So that was all I had to say on behalf of Mr. Church and I, and we are, of course, very happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Kath, for being sounds really. Becky, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've been receiving some messages over Morse code from Commissioner McMahon, who's listening in, and he was asking us about specific policies and how that might be useful to have something put in front of us. So thanks for adding that to your new appendix 1 for our consideration. I'll just hand over to Kit to see whether he's got any questions.
I guess you acknowledged it, Kath, in your 1.2, and your position statement there was on the basis of the Hamblin sub-regional centre zone aspiration. You've heard today that from Mr. Walker that they too might be, they too would be comfortable with the same approach that's being discussed for the northern Devon Road sites. So I'm going to, I guess, give you an opportunity to, you've heard that this morning and reflect on it, and obviously give us your opinion on. I mean, appreciating obviously that your plan A is that these remain as is. In terms of a plan B, do you think the control that you've developed for our assistance with the other parties is also apt for extension to this particular corner site?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I had a look back at the original submission of the Hamblin property, and the original submission sought, as you've indicated, Blue Haven, and also the retention of the industrial, sorry, I've got it in front of me, I think it's D, the operative zoning, and or such relief that gives effect to. So I hadn't considered it before today because I wasn't sure that there was scope. That's a legal question, not one I'm planning on answering, just one that one of the reasons I hadn't thought too hard about it. I will invite Mr. Church to provide some commentary on the differentiating points between the two sites. But before I do that, from my perspective, the Hamblin site is obviously immediately adjacent to the Blue Haven site. So any provisions which, and it's sort of a little island there on the corner, I think I need to think really carefully about how the two would integrate with regards to the provisions, and particularly around the transport provisions. Because the Blue Haven site obviously has a fairly comprehensive outcome in terms of transport and how it's going to be managed, and we'd want to think quite carefully about how future access to and from the Hamblin site worked, and that then ties back to what sort of activities would be enabled under the provision. So it may function, but I think I'll turn to Mr. Church now to give us a bit more detail on that, because I'm reliant on his transport expertise to guide plan provisions as appropriate in regards to those matters.
Good morning. Yes, I've also listened in this morning. Can you hear me all right? You can hear me, great. I guess in terms of the question is, can they or are they comparable? I'd suggest that the Hamblin site has got better access. It does have the opportunity to connect. It does connect directly to Kātiri Road. I think the one thing to be mindful of here, though, is that the Blue Haven transport assessment did not anticipate any growth of that Hamblin site. It's strictly related to the growth of the Blue Haven site, along with some projected wider area growth to do with the wider New Plymouth district. So yes, it did account for regional growth, but not at the particular node. I found it was interesting with Mr. Brophy taking you through those Q maps earlier today that are included in his evidence. And just bearing in mind that the team, or the Philip Brown evidence, he excluded growth of the Hamlin site, and through his evidence acknowledged that that the capacity, particularly during the peak period, was getting up there. I touched on that in my earlier evidence in chief related to the Blue Haven and Hamlin sites, which noted that whilst the Blue Haven site has mitigated that effect, we're not sure of what the additional effect is, and if the intersection's already operating at some, I guess, on the boundary of what's acceptable, any further intensification of traffic on that Kartiri Road approach, if we were to add more traffic onto Kartiri Road, those queues that you just walked through earlier with Mr. Brophy would obviously extend, because more traffic or more green time would be required for Kartiri Road, which then has an impact on Devon Road or the State Highway, i.e. a redistribution of green time, which therefore would impact the queuing and the operation. And for me, most importantly, the safety of those accesses from the sites that are proposed to be changed into MUS. So they are different. The Hamlin site's slightly different because it's got the approach of getting traffic onto Kartiri Road, but it will have, and comes back to our points, a cumulative impact on how all these sites operate and how this part of the network operates with further intensification or further development that we haven't yet assessed or got any assessment of. So that answers your question, Kat.
Yeah, thanks.
You kind of have. I guess the question is, I thought all of those issues that you've identified, Terry, were the reason why the matters for restrictive discretion had become quite specific in asking about all of those things. So I guess the question is, do you think that to some extent Waka Kotahi's position is different to Mr. Brophy's, because Waka Kotahi is saying that no questions asked, supermarkets, drive-throughs and building improvement centres are fully discretionary, okay? So anyone applies to do one of those things on those sites, it's a fully discretionary activity. I mean, the standard presumption would be a full ITA that deals with the particular traffic effects of that activity. There'd be consultation with Waka Kotahi, so that would go, that would either go badly or it would go well, because for whatever, something would come up potentially. And so I guess then I'm interested in the other sector of commercial service activities that have been carved out, and whether, and I don't know whether you've got Kath's most recent iteration of her provisions for the MUS zone. If you look at the MUS R1, I guess the question to you, Terry, is the way that rule is structured by identifying certain low traffic generating commercial activities, that's what we've been told, as permitted, but those that are not become fully restricted discretionary with a range of criteria. Do you think that method is not sufficient to deal with the issues you've raised for the Hamlin site? Do you think there needs to be something more, or do you think that there are features of the Hamlin site that simply don't make it eligible to have that method applied to it?
I was involved with looking at those activities, in particular R1, and talking to those trip generation, or what the trip generation of those activities were. Now, for most part, those activities listed in R1 reflect generally what's out on the site today. So in terms of their permitted activity and therefore their effect, it's somewhat of an existing situation. In relation to the Hamlin site, or with regard to those additional activities, such as the higher trip generating activities, I'm of the view that we need more. I'm still of the view that we're trying to provide or we're trying to assist the panel, I guess, in terms of if you're minded to actually zone it mixed use, with the provisions that have been proposed before us. We're trying to meet halfway, I guess, and try and find that discretionary activity or the activity status to assess those things further. At the end of the, I mean, I don't think it's strong enough still, hence why our position is to stay with GIS and look at it properly. That's my personal view. I'd rather it stay as GIS. And we're just trying to reflect the fact that these activities already generally accommodate or currently operate on site. So it's a bit of a, it's an existing situation essentially for R1. Beyond R1, being R2, completely different ballpark for those ones.
Sarah, if I could just add to that too, I think it's a case of bigger picture here, and that Mr. Bonas has referred to this already, the general industrial zone sends very clear messaging and policy structure around what's expected, particularly around the retail space. The MUS zone, as Mr. Brophy has pointed out, I'm sorry, it's in his evidence, I can't recall the exact paragraph, but I think he's indicated it would be appropriate to support the rezoning of the Blue Haven site should the panel be minded to go down that path. So by applying a MUS zone, you're effectively providing a support zone to a centre, and the support zone sends messaging that activities such as Mr. Brophy has listed as RDIS are acceptable and would be consented. And I heard the commissioners earlier asking whether discretionary and non-complying send a different message to a council when applications are received versus restricted discretionary. And I would say that, in my opinion, if I'm faced as an applicant with a restricted discretionary application, my expectation is that it will be approved and it will go through, and there might be some negotiation along the way. Whereas if I'm faced with a discretionary or particularly non-complying activity, the risk level is much more significant in terms of convincing the council that there's an appropriate, it's an appropriate outcome, whatever that discretionary or non-complying activity is.
Okay. Thanks, Kath. I get two questions arising from that. I have seen plans that categorise activities as discretionary, but still have a list of assessment matters. What's the current state of the art in the planning world about the efficacy of that sort of approach?
Not an approach I have seen more recently. I'm trying to think of a plan that has it. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Generally, criteria are either restricted discretionary and listed with the rule and quite specific, like you've seen in the draft provisions of Mr. Brophy's, or if there are discretionary matters, that they are generally listed in a sort of how the plan works chapter, and they generally cover absolutely everything possible, and they are very broad. So in some regards, they are less helpful, or they could be treated as a checklist to make sure absolutely everything's ticked off.
And to some extent, I think that the drafting has evolved to policies becoming a lot more specific to do exactly that, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
So the other question comes to your matter of discretion number 1, and this is the one that's intended to try and deal with the fact that even though an application might be dealing with one site, it doesn't exist in a vacuum and there are other sites adjacent to it. The language you've used in there is including consideration of cumulative effects with other activities, including those consented but not yet constructed or operational. Do I understand from that phrase that you are effectively describing using the legal construct of the future environment with the die case, and that you can only look at effects that will occur, and those might be represented by consented activities that are likely to be implemented? Is that where that language has come from?
I believe that is a direct copy from Tran 10, but that would be my interpretation of it, as it's either the permitted baseline, the existing environment, or consents which are granted and are likely to be implemented.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't pick that up. I wasn't involved in the transport chapter, and And don't take this the wrong way, I haven't paid that much attention to it. But I take it that that's what the language is endeavouring to reflect. Might be something for me to think about a bit more, but do you think a plan is constrained on a matter of discretion to only looking at cumulative effects in that way? I mean, if you look at, now I'm reminded of I don't even know which case it is now, but I know Judge Jackson, in one of his many decisions to get around Court of Appeal decisions that he didn't like, came up with a construct called accumulative effects, which was essentially trying to deal with the fact that the way cumulative effects had been legally interpreted, you ended up in this planning quagmire where you knew all of this other stuff was potentially going to happen, but because it needed a resource consent, you had to ignore it. And I mean, to some extent, that's the situation we've got here, isn't it? So do you, again, it might be a question more for me, do you think there's a way, though, of crafting an assessment criteria which is not so constrained, that actually requires an ITA for one particular site to do a little bit more thinking, not only to those activities that are existing or permitted or consented, but those that are reasonably anticipated to occur in the surrounding area?
I think that's a very good question. I'm not familiar with the judgment of His Honour Jackson, but I guess at some point that would become speculative, wouldn't it? People might seek a consent for X activity and the trip generation might be X and Y. And I'm just thinking one of the discussions we had earlier around the permitted activity list was around agricultural, I think it's farming and agricultural suppliers. It could be a high trip generator or it could be a low trip generator. We think generally that they're low, which is why they're appearing on the permitted list, but let's say it's a very popular farming and agricultural supplier and they have the only supplier of some particular product. So we have speculated in this case on the side of we think it's a low generator, but we could be wrong. And if we are, we'll just wear the consequences of that. But at some point, if you start speculating or start predicting what might happen in the future based on what consents might be granted, it does become a little bit questionable how reliable the outcomes are.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there, really, because it does show the limitation on using an activity status that puts off the assessment of the effect you're most concerned about to another day, because the moment you do that, it's only ever going to be limited by the site that's seeking consent at that time. And I mean, you'd probably agree with me that the better course is to do an integrated transport assessment that would apply and look at all of the potential activities that would occur on a group of sites that are seeking rezoning. And at that point, you would put in place bespoke rules that had thresholds for traffic based on activities and mitigation to deal with it.
Yeah, that's a well-trodden path, particularly in the Auckland context where I do the majority of my work.
And I would agree with that as well, Kit, in relation to setting out specific transport provisions that sit within the precinct to have that control and manage that effect.
Steve.
Thank you. I have a question of you, Terry, about Mr. Brophy's queue length diagrams and his figures 2 and 3 of his evidence.
Yes.
And do you also have a copy of the rezoning map that Ms. Gibson served up this morning?
I saw it on screen this morning. I don't have a copy before me.
Okay, let's put it up, I think. Can you see it okay, Terry?
Yes, I can.
You can?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So this has got Mr. Bonis's recommendations for the Blue Haven site, and the retention of the GIZ zone, the Hamlin site, and then the recommendation for the minus, I suppose, on the Pro Devon group of all the sites further north. I'm interested about Kateri Road. It's a pretty busy road in its own right, isn't it?
At the moment, and it is a priority controlled intersection at the minute, but it is proposed to be signalised as part of the Blue Haven development. And once it is signalised, the layout of the intersection is such to accommodate the Blue Haven development only. So no other traffic associated with this, with Karteri Road, has been included in that, what that intersection is like long term.
Yes. Were the queue maps done also for Kateri Road in relation to effects at that intersection when it's signalised? Like I could imagine perhaps that there could be quite long queues up Kateri Road as well at that intersection. Is that a fair assumption?
So yes, the queue map only shows the queue on State Highway or Devon Road. As part of the modelling undertaken by Mr. Brown, he has got traffic modelling outputs within his evidence, or within his report, sorry, for Karteri Road. I don't have it in front of me, but I'll see if I can find it quickly. From memory, the queue links on Karteri Road could be accommodated within the intersection design. The extent of that queue and how long it was, I guess, would be a question that I could probably respond to quickly, but it's not shown on that map.
No. So look, I'll tell you why I'm interested. I'm thinking if the Hamlin site was being accessed off Koteri Road and people were turning in, travelling south left, and if to turn right across a potential queue, I'm just wondering about the site distances, and I presume that would all be worked out through the integrated traffic assessment, wouldn't it?
It would be, but the key is that those queues that are represented on that map represent no traffic on cut, or no additional traffic to what the Blue Haven development is assumed. So you'd expect an increase in queue in all directions. One would suspect that the mitigation proposed is through the Karteri Road intersection upgrade is probably thereabouts. It's going to be difficult to probably add more traffic lanes. You've got the most traffic lanes you probably want in this situation already. Therefore, it comes back down to how much traffic is being generated and how is that distributed on the network. And ultimately, it will be a response in terms of a redistribution of the green time at the traffic signal, which most likely would be taking some green time away from the state highway and giving it to Karteri Road to cater for that increase in traffic on Karteri Road. Now, that's the way it would work, which means that the queues on Devon Road would then be further pushed up and past all these queues, which we have that in relation to visibility, finding gaps, making it safe to get into and out of sites along that frontage.
Yes. So that would be that answer would be the same if we looked at taking access for 680 Devon Road off Karteri as well. There was a substantial high generating traffic activity there coming off Karteri Road.
That's
with
right.
The Blue Haven project all in play. It's going to be all cumulative, is I think, which is Kath's main point from a planning point of view in terms of potential effects on the state highway functioning.
That's right, and just to help you out, I've found the team report and I've found the predicted queue length for Karteri Road, and this is for the PM peak. And just for some guidance and some reference, I guess, is that the queue length on Devon Road East was reported at 240 metres. Now the queue on Kātere Road is predicted to be 225 metres. So of a similar magnitude, I guess, in queue length, if you want to use those blue bars, I guess, as an indication. So it does go some way back on Kātere Road, which would therefore queue along the frontage of both the 676 and the 680 sites, which then comes into what does the access look like? How safe is it? Is the level of trips generated by that activity, is it right? Can it, while the upgrades, now a lot of those aspects can be dealt with through a reasonable consent process, typically, but what we're nervous of, what I'm nervous about, is that we need to look at this holistically. We can't just look at particular sites. We've got a whole strip of land here that's going to be upzoned essentially in terms of the ability to create further traffic, and we don't have an outcome or understanding of whether or not the network can actually sustain that level of traffic safely and efficiently.
Right, that's particularly helpful. Thank you, Terry. And I think just for evidence, our understanding is your position as a traffic engineer looking at both the state highway issues and the local roading issues is to retain the GIS zoning for this area. That's your expert evidence to us?
That is right.
For all these sites?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Kath, I did have a question, just a clarification. I think I know the answer, but in paragraph 1.4F, the last sentence of your supplementary statement, you say that noting, you prefer the GIS zone, so that's both you and as a planner and Terry as a traffic engineer. But you note that they do have a consent pathway in GIS. That's a non-compliant consent pathway, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And I was interested in your paragraph 1.6, which is another planning factor, isn't it? In terms of that gateway effect, which is an important planning consideration for us to consider as well.
I think it is an important consideration. I would put transport slightly higher up the hierarchy list in that regard. I also, in my evidence for plan change, for hearing 22, I outlined there are other options of achieving the gateway approach, and things like treatments in the boom, signage. Dare I suggest this, because this isn't Waka Kotahi position, but I have seen methods in other entries to towns where there have been road markings and curbside signage, which appear to be Waka Kotahi's doing, which both slow traffic and create a sense of entryway. So my point there is there are things outside of the property boundaries that can occur. There's even a dock scenic reserve slightly further up the road, which could provide some sort of formal entranceway there. So I haven't explored any of those things, but there are things that could happen which aren't reliant on the property owners redeveloping or on the property owners being impinged on in any way further, if you consider the entrance corridor an impingement, that is.
Yes. My last question is about the position I put to Mr. Brophy, to Jeremy, about his Kātere Marae and their exposure to effects such as unacceptable odour or noise at the boundary of the GIS zone down in this area for state GIS. Would you agree that there are standards and resource consent processes that would protect against that?
Yes, I'd preface that by saying when I visited the area, I didn't go all the way along Kātere Road to the Marae site, so I'm not familiar with how it's laid out or what activities are existing or proposed. But as sorry, Sarah, I think it was you, as been pointed out earlier, there is already industrial land, zoned land immediately adjacent to the Marae. The zoning we're looking at now, the Bro Devon sites, I'll just call them, they are topographically lower and set back obviously by the stream and some planting. So if on a paper exercise only, I would have thought I'd be more concerned about the zoning with the adjoining boundary being industrial relative to effects on the zoning, which is separated by the stream and obviously sitting topographically lower. But I haven't been to my site, but just paper only, that would be my take.
Yes, certainly. Look, I don't disagree with Ms. Skipper's evidence she gave us at the Bro Devon hearing that, in terms of them, they're pretty squashed in there. That's half of a par site that the state highway bisected. There are half of that areas across the other side of the state highway, but they do have big plans from what they discussed with us, including some of that dock land and just making it a pretty special place long term. So I do understand that perhaps having a non-industrial zoning around below there might be attractive to the hapu, and we do have some evidence on that already, as Jeremy pointed out. Right, well, that's everything I have. Thank you for attending, and also you've tried your very best to look at alternatives, and those are still on the table for us. So we'll consider your evidence and what the staff have to say, and we'll try and make the best decision we can on this key piece of land. Yeah, it's really interesting. Thank you for participating, and Alan, thanks again for hanging in there on this. Really appreciate the input from Waka Kotahi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are we at the verbal right of reply stage? Do we want to go straight into that, or would you like to have a few minutes of talk with Matt, and we can give you 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, if that was going to be helpful?
Yes, 10 minutes.
Okay. Shall we return at 12 o'clock just to hear the verbal right of reply? Thank you, Ali and Matt.
Thank you.
Start please, go.
Well, thanks. And I think it's clear from the discussion this morning that my written right of reply will include a refined recommendation to you based on the collaborative work that I've done with Mr. Brophy and Ms. Hepplethwaite, and that this will be a mixed use zoning with specific controls. So that's the MUS minus. So having considered the briefs of evidence and statements at the hearing of the Waka Kotahi witnesses, I now understand and accept that State Highway 3 in this location is constrained, and that the upgrading of Kātiri Road provided for by the Blue Haven consent won't provide any additional capacity on the network. And that is also the view of Ms. Taylor, the Council's transportation engineer. So given that, I'm now of the view that traffic generation effects of activities on the Devon Road sites requires specific management. However, I do not consider effects on the road network to be fatal to a rezoning to mixed use. Land use zoning has a broader role than managing one set of environmental effects. Its role is to establish a land use pattern of appropriate activities and manage effects of those activities, one of which is effects on the road transport network. So in my view, it's important to get the zoning decision correct and then to manage the transport effects through provisions within that zone. And so I think the Devon Road sites have the right attributes for mixed use zoning, and I'll just run through the reasons for that. First, the sites are part of an established area of commercial and mixed use activities that form the northern urban boundary of New Plymouth. This includes the Valley, large format retail centre, and the mixed use zone on the city side Smart Road. And added to this mix of uses is the consented Blue Haven site, which has its retail-centric focus. And to me, this indicates that the area is changing and that the submissions have prevented an opportunity to look at zoning for each site and ensure that it caters for the district's business needs. Second, the sites are part of the northern entrance into New Plymouth urban area. And in this location, there is a sense of having arrived in town. And this sense is created by the alignment of the state highway as it rounds the bend at the northern end of the sites. And the slowing of the speed environment to 60 kilometres an hour along this stretch also adds to that sense of arrival. And the land uses, regardless of their zoning, have transitioned from rural and industrial to a more mixed use character. And on that point, thirdly, the Devon Road sites are already a real life, predominantly mixed use zone scenario. The fact that these activities have established here and survived in this location suggests to me that the economic factors are favourable for these activities. And fourth, the Bro Devon representatives have indicated that permitted activities of the general industrial zone are unlikely to occur or be undertaken again on these sites. And in my experience, once a site has been upzoned through the establishment of activities, it's unlikely to downzone in the future. So I think that the mixed use zoning on these sites would provide certainty for the landowners and could mean further investment in development and modernising of the sites. And with the showroom style businesses and commercial service activities that are appropriate to the entrance into a city. And I've already stressed this morning that the mixed use zone in the proposed plan is non-traditional, that we do have that non-complying activity status for retail activities and for office activities. Before I turn my attention to the detail of the rules that we've drafted together, I'd just like to make a brief comment on the objectives and policies of the plan. I'll elaborate on that further in my reply, but it's Ms. Hebblethwaite's opinion that the rezoning of the Devon Road sites to mixed use zone is unlikely to be supported by a range of objectives in the plan. And I don't necessarily disagree with her assessment of the provisions that she has highlighted. But there are other transport objectives and policies in the plan that direct high trip generating activities to locate on state highways. And that this includes objective Tran 03 and policy Tran P16. So at that high level, in my view, that policy and objective does provide support for the mixed use zoning of these sites. And I think that there's a tension between the objectives rather than an absolute lack of support for the rezoning of the sites in this location to mixed use. And I'm also of the view that any conflict with the transport objectives relating to safety and efficiency can be remedied through these site-specific controls. So you've had a good look at them this morning with Mr. Brophy and Ms. Hebblethwaite. But just to give you a kind of an overview of what we've done, we've looked at the commercial service activities in their entirety, all of which are permitted in the mixed use zone, and determined a subset that would be low trip generating and therefore appropriate for the sites. We've put that list in LOS R1 where it relates to the specific control area that we've all agreed on. And so as drafted, the remainder of commercial service activities as well as supermarkets would require resource consent in this location, and there isn't any disagreement between the parties on that, but there is the activity status that remains a matter of disagreement. And I drafted the rule as restricted discretionary based on the fact that we had a discrete and known set of effects. And I appreciate Wakakotahi recommends that fully discretionary activity status for those higher trip generating activities, not just supermarkets, but also drive-through restaurants and the building improvement centres. Yes. And having listened to Wakakotahi this morning, and also having had some useful discussion with Mr. Bonis, I am reconsidering my view on whether the activity status is correct there. It's really important, I think, that we get those consent triggers right so that we can have that appropriate level of robustness in assessing an application for something that generates such a high volume of traffic. And in terms of the policy alignment, this bottom-up work that Ms. Heffelthwaite and Mr. Brophy have both suggested, and I didn't have input into that. That was when I had my turn with the COVID. I'm of a view now, really, having listened to discussion this morning, that perhaps it would be clearer to have a specific policy or policies relating to this area rather than using that exclusion language, just in terms of being more direct and of more use to the plan user. Yeah, for the purposes of clarity, I guess. So that's where I'm at. Rezoning submission.
Yeah, just thanks for that. And I mean, obviously you might want to think about that and you're going to put it in the written reply. I guess the only question, two issues come out of it. One, I think, is a broader question that I'm probably going to raise in the next hearing, because it comes down to this discussion I had around what status means beyond what the Act says it means, and whether we think that we can put something up in part 2 about that. But look, that's a discussion for the next hearing. I really just wanted to ask you a little bit about restricted discretionary matter number 1 and this cumulative effect concept, and whether you heard the discussion I had with Ms. Heffelthwaite. Do you agree that in terms of a site-specific resource consent application, the crystal ball from a cumulative effects perspective is limited to the existing environment plus permitted activities plus consented activities that are likely to be given effect to, and that you can't crystal ball gaze beyond that to other things that might seek resource consent?
Yes, I agree with that, and I think whether the activity statuses are dis or dis is immaterial really for that.
Or that proposition.
That proposition, that's right. And I do concede there are limitations to this approach that we have recommended for you. It's not ideal. It would be great to have some kind of comprehensive master plan that we could work off and develop thresholds, but we just don't have that.
Do you think that's a flaw in where we're at the moment? That the approach at the moment is sort of limited as to how far it can think outside the known into the unknown? Or do you think that there is room? I guess the other contrary proposition is there room for an assessment criterion which requires any integrated transportation assessment to consider the likely development scenarios for adjacent mixed use zoning land.
So once again, that's crystal ball gazing, isn't it? We've got this spectrum of activities that's permitted, and you know, do you base your analysis on the scenario at this end or at this end? We also have the question of intensification. There's no restriction in the number of activities per site, for example. So we have this massive spectrum of activities that could occur that you would be basing your assessment on. I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's a matter of timing. I think we're looking at the plan review. We're looking at setting a stage for development by rezoning properties. We're not requiring a master planning approach for every site that's being rezoned. We have a specific issue here relating to effects on the transport network. And in a way, these Devon Road sites, they've been caught on the hop, really. Perhaps if they'd have known that there were capacity issues there, they may have brought us a comprehensive plan for the site. But it doesn't sound to me, from reading between the lines, listening to Mr. Brophy, that there is any intention in the short or medium term to develop the sites in a comprehensive way.
I guess another way to look at it is that the RMA already has a mechanism to deal with competition for the same resource. I mean, if the resource here is capacity in the transport network, the RMA already has a mechanism. It's called first come, first served, ultimately. If Devon are savvy enough to get a march out and be able to come up with a proposal that takes whatever capacity might be on offer, then the next person essentially has nowhere to go.
Which is almost the point that we've arrived at.
Yeah.
There's little to no capacity. And, you know, talking to both Mr. Church and Ms. Taylor, the no capacity is more likely than the little.
Yeah.
We're kind of already there.
Which in and of itself is a significant incentive for the landowners to coordinate themselves, isn't it?
Exactly. You know, and the restrictions that we're recommending here in that limited subset of permitted activities may well give some impetus to them to get together, saying, look, we don't want to just do this little range of activities.
Yep.
We want, or two of us want to do more. It's
one of us is never going to be able to do this alone, so we need to.
That's right, but let's do it with the correct underlying zoning, which in my mind is not industrial.
Okay. One thing you said piqued my attention. It was around the fact that you could do multiple activities on a site, and I mean, as I mentioned, I wasn't involved in the transport chapter. Do the trip generation rules, are they activity based or are they site based?
Activity based. Yeah, it was considered at the time, but not foreseen. This issue. When the trip thresholds were developed, yes, which was some time ago in the plan review.
Thanks for clarifying that. Steve.
Thank you, Ali. No further questions. Matt, I think we're up to you. We're up to you.
Right. Okay. I think to try and assist the panel, we're all struggling with the same thing. Essentially, what we're looking at is what is the best zone out of the palette of zones that we've got in the district plan that implements the respective policies and objectives in the most efficient and effective manner. We're confronted by the fact that the parties requesting the zone haven't provided the council or the panel with any broad level assessment in terms of what those transport effects or even retail effects could be. What we're trying to do to be helpful, and it's quite clear that all the planning witnesses have, is focus their attention as to a workaround. What is the workaround in the absence of those effects that means that there's an appropriate plan construct? for those to be considered on an incremental basis. Now, the question, I guess, for the panel, you need to be satisfied that that remains appropriate. Is there enough information in front of the panel that the workaround that's been put forward, or is likely to be put forward, is sufficient to give them satisfaction that the purpose of the Act and the policies and objectives will be met? A couple of other things that came out of this morning. In terms of supermarkets and the supermarket wars, I'm still certainly carrying the scars for a number of those. Supermarkets, in my mind, are very much the anchor or the cornerstone of town centres, and they're extremely high trip generators. They perform a social and amenity function within centres, and they promote other trip generation. There's a host of reasons why the plan, or in fact pretty much all plans, seek to retain them within centres. So I have a categorical preference, I guess, in terms of wherever the panel ends up. My evidence would be that it doesn't provide an easy consenting pathway for supermarkets. The other proposition around the interface with Koteri Marae and the evidence of Ms. Skipper certainly acknowledge the powerful evidence put forward as to amenity expectations for this area over time. And I don't know that we'll get there under any of the alternatives that are actually in front of the panel today. There is a wider strategic planning exercise that perhaps needs to be undertaken. However, in terms of the evidence put forward by Mr. Walker, Koteri Marae is, I understand, zone Maori purpose zone. There's a number of interface standards. There's noise at S1, there's light at S1, as to essentially implementing the residential or most sensitive level of effects received at the Koteri Marae boundary. In terms of the Taranaki Air Plan, there's the usual controls around offensive and conspicuous at the boundary, which covers off those things. And as identified by Kath from Waka Katohai, the setback and landscaping provisions are actually more substantial for the GIS zone than what they are for the MUS zone. So in terms of where this puts the panel, there are essentially three options as far as I see them. One is to retain the GIS zone, especially on the Hamlin site. And essentially what that does is provide a reasonably high consenting threshold, and in my view, reasonably robust policies and objectives to ensure that the Hamlin site in particular doesn't or isn't seen as a way of extending the node that would be associated with BCL, depending on where the panel goes with that particular recommendation. It can be distinguished. There was nothing provided by Mr. Walker this morning in terms of either managing transport effects or tying in with the precinct or loading in with the infrastructure requirements that have been put in with BCL. And I think it's endemic on the Hamlins to actually have put forward some evidence as to how that would occur. And again, as to is there a workaround, the simple answer is there's not for that one. There isn't one before the panel. In terms of option two, as I see it, is there's the sort of the GIS plus. And we discussed that through briefly this morning. But it does resolve a couple of the issues that are of concern with Waka Katohai. Essentially, I think there's agreement across the board that the MUS R1 proposition put forward by Mr. Brophy and Ali is generally acceptable, except for the drive-through and building improvement centres. If that rule is loaded into a GIS for an area covering Hamlin and also the area to the north, essentially what that does is it permits that range of commercial service activities, but it would preclude drive-through restaurants and building improvement centres. They would become discretionary under GIS R5. Supermarkets would be maintained as non-complying under GIS R8. And there's also a number of objectives and policies that turn their face against incremental retail activities. That for me is probably the recommendation that you'll get in terms of a written reply, and I'll put some detail into that. In terms of a MUS plus option, the MUS R1, as suggested, there's general agreement. For MUS R2, which is the supermarkets, as I've specified before, I don't consider that that's the more appropriate in terms of achieving or implementing the policies and objectives of the plan. And in terms of specific policies and objectives, and this is the point that I was raising earlier this morning, I still believe that the MUS anticipates or provides for an easier consenting route. MUS 02 talks about the type and frequency of business service and retail activities is limited in the mixed use zone to ensure the viability and vibrancy of the city centre is not compromised. Is limited is not an avoidance, it's not a directive policy. So in my view, that provides a little more anticipation that there's a wider range of activities and an easier consenting platform to get those activities through. And that's about me. Any questions, please?
No, I didn't. Thanks for that.
None from either of us, Matt. We look forward to the,
Clearly very unhelpful then.
Well, I think you have nailed sort of
You're right, we've got three options.
planning thinking around the options. Really happy that we've managed to sort of bring this hearing together. We're dealing with one part of the city, and yeah, we'll just hear your sage advice and your reply, and we'll make a call based on the evidence. We've already signalled that we're struggling for evidence brought through by the submitters. So at the end of the day, we'll see whether the workaround we feel has got legs, and we'll go from there.
I do have one question for both of you. Are your recommendations dependent on or independent of the position that we're currently in with the Blue Haven site?
Good question.
I think the answer will be different for the two of us. Mine's independent of.
So you would recommend the rezoning to MUS on the current approach for these sites to the north of Carterry Road, regardless of what happens to the Hamblin and the Blue Haven site? Oh, well, not regardless of what happens. If they were both retained as GIS, would you still be going MUS for these northern sites?
Based on the attributes, yes, I would.
My recommendation would be to retain GIS Plus for both the Blue Haven site and the Hamlin site. I fundamentally don't have an issue in terms of retail distributional effects from what we generally classify as trade supplier activities. They're entirely appropriate in this part of the city. Traffic generation, I appreciate what Waka Kotohai has brought to the table in terms of building improvement centres and fast food restaurants, but that broader range of activities is not particularly, well, it's incapable of creating significant distributional effects on the centre's network.
Well, that leads to another question. One of the relief that both Hamblin and Blue Haven sought was retention of the operative industrial D zoning.
Correct.
What do you, is there a significant difference in terms of activity allowances? Well, I guess the answer is yes, because it's not an activities-based rule, but the GIS Plus approach that you're recommending, how far away from the industrial D under the ODP do you see there's a big gap between them?
Oh yes, there's substantial space. The policies and objectives weren't, how can I express this carefully? Well, weren't as coherently put together as what they are now, as contained within the proposed district plan around matters of centres and urban form and growth. The operative industrial D zone also provided for retail activities as permitted activities, hence the BCL consent never discussed or determined or analysed retail distributional effects because it was provided for on that site.
But it's not comparing apples with apples at all.
Correct, sir.
No.
Correct. And you couldn't shoehorn, if the proposition was, can we write up an industrial D zone and apply it to this area? It simply would be irreconcilable with the existing plan framework that sits with the rest of the proposed plan.
Get that. Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for entertaining my questions.
As always, I think we do end up with the right sort of discussion just to help us all in our roles we're playing. So it's been another really good productive hearing. We'll take a break now for Sarah's got a question.
I've just got a couple of comments in regard to Mr Newsom's.
Oh, yes,
submission.
of course, yes.
So
Yeah, we're
the point
jumping around, so of course, yes.
really, Ellie and I agreed just with the flow of the discussion that was going on, we'd carry on with this side of things and then we'd loop back to Mr Newsom. So the two very quick points, because as I explained earlier, I'm not the reporting officer for this one, and that's Miss Y, and she'll provide an addendum to her rural rezoning right of reply in response to Mr Newsom's submission today. But there is 2 points that I'd like to clarify that did come up through Mr Newsom's oral submission, and that was in relation to setbacks. The setbacks Mr Newsom was referring to in his evidence related to the operative district plan rural environment area rule 28, which sets out the minimum setbacks for habitable buildings. The rule provides a setback based on the number of birds associated with an intensive poultry farming operation. It's really important to point out that the operative district plan has moved away from relating setbacks based on bird numbers, and under the rural production zone effect standards 2, for sensitive activities are required to be set back 400 metres from established established intensive indoor primary production activity.
That's in the proposed plan, yes.
So that's just a point I'd like to make.
S2.
Yes, that's right, S2 bracket 4. And in terms of access ways, this was a bit of pondering from you, Commissioner Dash. Richmond Road is recognised as a local road on the proposed district plan under the Transport Effect Standards TRAN 2, S2. It sets out the design standards for vehicle access points along into a local road, and it has a sliding scale of the minimum site distances that need to be taken into account. So at 50 kilometres per hour, the site distance is 40 metres, and that goes up to where you reach 100k, the minimum site distance is 160 metres. Then we've got Transport Effect Standard 5, and that sets out the minimum distance between vehicle access points, and for speed zones at 60 km or less, the minimum distance is 30 metres, and if you go over 60 kilometres or more, the distance is 50 metres. So the point I just wanted to make here was that these standards would be taken into account as part of the subdivision resource consent in either the rural production zone or the rural lifestyle zone. So, yeah.
You're researching that.
Good. Can't get away with anything, eh? There's a rule for everything.
Right, before we break for lunch, I'll just confirm that Man is up for the hearing tomorrow. So proceeding with him, dealing with matters we have tomorrow, although he'll be basically it's his voice. He's not feeling too well, so he's keen just to listen in and ask questions. Sarah, there is a matter that we've asked you some quite hypothetical questions about in the series of questions. David is suggesting that the panel does need to sort of go back and think about that across the whole plan. I think, given he's struggling today, if we could actually deal with that particular series of sort of questions as it applies to the whole plan tomorrow morning as a discrete matter, talk to the staff about.
So are you referring to the further economic evidence? Is that what you mean? No.
David asked you a series of questions.
He asked us, didn't he?
He asked Sarah.
Okay.
there's been an exchange of emails, what a technical planning
Oh,
issue
yes, yes.
around the activity status works and potential double ups. So that's a plan-wide sort of issue that we still have some questions about.
Okay.
And we're better to have that discussion with you and the other relevant. But we'll be there tomorrow because we would otherwise have questioned you. We've asked them to sort of probe this question with you.
Okay.
Three meetings.
Your preference is that for that is tomorrow morning, first thing tomorrow morning,
Yes.
to have that discussion.
Have that discussion.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Clarity there, but that's, and it does look to be quite a highly technical planning issue. So some of the questions that Ms. Johnson was asking about plan structure right at the start. And I noticed that Helen that she got some evidence again, but she should raise any issue, I don't think. So let's everyone's going to be back on at 1. That's what the schedule says. So let's just have a quick lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Welcome everyone. This is finally our hearing 23B. We love plan integration. A pretty important milestone for our process. It's great to see. Our Fujiway team here will be near you, so thank you for your work getting that together. I'm not sure who's all online, but
Sarah, Marco, Maria, Hokapoura, and Michael Campbell.
yeah, okay. Look, I don't think we need to go through all of the niceties of starting a new hearing and all the blurb. Unless anyone has any questions, we can probably just get straight into the presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner Dash. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to hearing 23B, which is our last hearing after over a year of hearings. It's quite amazing that we're actually here. Did a lot of work, so a lot of evidence has come through, and it's been a long journey to get here. So what we will explore over the next few days with this hearing is really what I've been referring to as a little bit of a pick and mix. There's a wide variety of things that do come into it. We've got a full afternoon, and Julie, if you could go to the next slide. We've got a full afternoon after this presentation, so what we're aiming to do is try and zoom through this as quickly as possible, because so that we can get to the submitters after we conclude our presentation. But this slide gives you an outline of what we will present this afternoon. But before I start, I'd like to introduce the 8 reporting planners that who have contributed to this report. So you know all of these planners, they've all appeared before you, but just to run through, what I'll do is when I get to the particular issue that the person has worked on, I'll mention who the planner actually is, because obviously when you're dealing with such a pick and mix of different issues, it's hard to keep up which reporting planner is reporting. So today, starting with myself, I will run through the report highlights, and then we will quickly turn to Ra Macbeth, who will run through the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, the exposure draft. So that's a piece of draft legislation that's coming through. So Ra has been researching on that and will be able to give you an update on that. We'll also touch on the outstanding submissions and the reporting planner recommendations, and then finally we'll sit with the matters of contention. So that's really where back end of this presentation will actually focus on are those matters of contention, and we're in those parts. We've got a slide on the particular points that we think warrant a little bit more discussion. Thank you, Julie. So with the 42A report, it was set up along the structure that we'd done in all the 42A reports, and that we'd followed the same sort of way of doing things, where we started with those higher order documents to do with those statutory framework that we were working under. And then we broke things into key issues where we tried to group similar issues together. In the case of this report, we did not consider that it was necessarily to repeat the analysis of the previously reported statutory considerations, but we do note the release of that Indigenous biodiversity exposure data, which I did talk about earlier. In terms of key issue 1, this is a mix of, this was drafted by a mix of reporting planners, and it relates to the outstanding submission points that had not been previously evaluated. Now, noting that we had 589 original submissions with around 8,000 submission points, there are some points that have been missed out of that, but not many, I'm pleased to report. And that's what you'll see in this report. So you'll see that they do span all different parts of the plan. What also is bundled up in that key issue 1 is some submissions that were also deferred from previous hearings to this hearing. Key issue 2, this gives a little bit of analysis to do with the strategic objectives. In minute 9 that was issued by the hearing panel, interim guidance was provided on the strategic direction of the objectives, which was subject to hearing 1. In that minute, the panel stated that they would be interested to understand how the objectives of the other district-wide and area-specific chapters integrated with the strategic direction objectives. So as a result of that, the reporting officers for this hearing carried out a bottom-up analysis of their respective chapters against the strategic direction indicated in minute 9. So what we were looking for there was, were there any key words that had come through in the interim guidance, and had that been adequately reflected in all of the various chapters? So each one of the chapter authors did that bottom-up analysis, and we're pleased to report that there isn't a lot of recommended change as a result of that. And what we did find were some interesting points that were worth noting, and where those, we've identified those in the report where we found something of note, but we haven't made a recommendation of that. So yes, we've done that work. So Ra Macbeth is the planner who will answer questions on key issue 2 to do with those strategic objectives. Key issue 3 has been put together by Denise Young, and this is about the consistent application to the plan of the term scheduled and non-scheduled features. And it also has a discussion on the references to expert cultural advice. So there is quite a decent analysis on that work that Denise has carried out to do some checks and balances about the consistency of how that's been applied. There also is Ellie Gibson has done some work on buildings and structures and the effect standards, and the effect standards in relation to height and height in relation to boundary, and also the consistent application of the term of relocated buildings and building activities as well. So later on in the presentation, Ellie will talk about those matters. This part of the report also looks at some recommendations to add a new effect standard diagram, so an earthworks diagram to aid in interpretation to help aid in the consistent outcomes. And also we've Jacob Stenner has done some work looking at those matters of discretion across the proposed plan. And this is in light of the direction that was issued as part of minute 14. So there is a number of recommendations that Jacob has recommended to improve that consistency there. Key issue 4 is being undertaken by, again, a mix of pennies, but Joe Ritchie is looked at recommendations in regard to the mihi, the glossary and definitions. And there's some work that has been done by Ra, where she makes recommendations to do with significant natural areas to remove land subject to conservation covenants and amendments. There's also some amendments to SASMs in there as well. Hamish Wesley will be looking at risk management contours, and later on this afternoon you'll hear from Greymouth Petroleum and Taranaki Energy Watch with their views on that. There's also some recommendations to do with the defined pedestrian frontage in Fitzroy and Westtown. And there was also some recommendations to use Te Reo Māori names for the structure plan development areas. So key issue 5 is report backs only. And this includes detail from the view shafts chapter, reduce height levels, and change date and references in Port Taranaki. And we also inform hearing parties of an error in several of the 42A reports as to the role of the strategic objectives. And this was arising from a submission from Forest and Bird. Key issue 6 is about plan duplication. And this has got some instructions on how to measure the role in the setback or buffer distances for the sites of significance to Māori, and whether it's mapped on a site and whether it's identified in there. So there's just some instructions around that. So with this report, it is presented slightly differently to previous hearings in that the appendices, some of them have recommendations out of it, but others are just for information purposes only. You'll see there's something like 16 or 17, could even be more appendices in there. Not all of them have got recommendations in them. Some of them are for just on the record for interpretation type things. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, which is where I'll hand over to Ra Macbeth for.
Yeah, just an observation. I think what the staff have done for us is very useful, and has also provided parties to have a think about some of the matters raised, about the strategic objectives, come back with further evidence. So I think that's really, really important, because those strategic correction objectives drive the whole plan, and we'll be deliberating on those as a panel first and settling those before we finalise the recommendations on the plan. So I think that's been a very robust process, and it was great to be able to bring that back on the table, and guidance for the team to do that bottom-up approach, both in terms of consistency, and if anything was just not working for you in terms of where the council was intending things to go, this final integration. There's just two things. It's a really important piece of work, and I think it does provide great backup for the foundation of the plan around the strategic direction objectives and how the plan implements those. Thank you for all the hard work on it. Yes, Ra.
So I just have put together some information. It's really just to update you from the ecosystems and environment, Indigenous biodiversity hearing and the strategic direction hearing, where we've got some progress on this national policy statement. All along we've been saying it's expected. It's really expected this year now. So I've done some analysis to see how that aligns with what we've got in our proposed plan, and some comments. So the exposure draft, currently no legal standing, but imminent. It's underpinned by 3 fundamental concepts. So the first one, Te Rito o te harakeke. It's an approach that acknowledges the interconnectedness and interdependency between biodiversity, ecosystems, the environment and people. Iwi and hapu are kaitiaki, and as such, councils will work with them to give effect to Te Rito o te Harakeke, and Te Ao Māori will inform biodiversity management. The second principle is regarding the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. It involves maintaining the size of species populations and their natural habitats. It means preserving the properties, functions, full range and extent of ecosystems and habitats, and maintaining connectivity between them, buffering around them, and looks at ecosystems resilience and adaptability. And the third key concept is the effects management hierarchy, which where effects are firstly avoided, then secondly minimised, where practicable, thirdly effects are remedied, and then we've got offsetting and, as a last resort, biodiversity compensation. So in my view, there's a lot of alignment between the PDP approach and the exposure draft. The overall intent and concepts are similar, such as recognising tangata whenua as kaitiaki, the need for both ecological and cultural expertise, the emphasis on preserving ecosystems and habitats, the criteria used to determine whether areas are significant aligns, the use of the effects management hierarchy, and that biodiversity offsetting and compensation are to apply to more than minor residual adverse effects, and that the result is a measurable net gain. So you may recall in hearing 5, they were some, with the offsetting and compensation, they were matters of contention about how far the offsetting and compensation needs to go. It's also alignment in that landowners are recognised as stewards and are supported, and the importance of partnerships and integrated management. And there's also that focus on restoration and climate change. So in those respects, I think the overall we're coming from the same intention. I was interested to see if there was any guidance on the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity outside identified SNAs, whether we'd be required to have a general clearance rule. So the exposure draft summary states that the intent of the provisions is not to identify all Indigenous biodiversity, but to ensure that Indigenous biodiversity that's most significant and precious is identified and protected. So while we're not directed to include a general clearance rule, the exposure draft does signal that councils must take steps to protect biodiversity outside of SNAs, and specifically so that the effects management hierarchy can be applied to adverse effects on biodiversity that may be irreplaceable. So I think the exposure draft would require us to, in some form, develop a rule for disturbance outside of SNAs, but I think it could be more nuanced than just to be a general clearance rule. And I understand that we would have 8 years to have notified the requirements in respect of Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs. And I also read from the guidance that MFE is planning to develop and issue supporting guidance on the implementation of specific provisions. So I think this is quite a difficult one to draft, and I think we would look forward to that guidance. Regarding the covenanted areas, you'll would see that Ms. Wallace has provided the outstanding legal submissions there. And my comment on that is that if the panel accepts my recommendation to not include covenanted areas as SNAs regulated by the district plan, then we would have 5 years under the MPS to bring those back in. There's also alignment between the PDP and the exposure draft, and that existing uses are recognised. That there's an approach for managing adverse effects of new subdivision use and development, including a consenting pathway for specific new uses. The draft provides for activities which are important for people's economic well-being, such as farming, forestry, and the provision of infrastructure and energy. Some tweaks would be required, so some fine-tuning, such as to align with the MPS term specific infrastructure. And the approach for Manuka Kānaka may need reviewing, such sort of addressing similar issues, but not quite in exactly the same way. And significant new work would be required in respect of specified highly mobile fauna. And council would also input to the formulation of a regional biodiversity strategy, which would be required of the TRC under the NPS. That's
So where have you got to in your mind overall that nothing in the exposure shaft recommendations in your right reply to us?
That's correct.
But there's and we haven't seen the final things that we can't anticipate how to make any decisions around either. So it looks like there'll be time to work up any tweaks, as you say. Fundamentally, it seems like your analysis is that our district plan review here is reasonably in accordance with the direction.
Yeah, in most respects, I think they're aligned. And I guess something, you know, in hearing 5, I went to some length to explain the journey that we've been on. And when we think of that journey starting in 2005 or 7, and then once we've fully given effect to the NPS, once it's in, I think, you know, we're quite far along the journey. There are some things we will need to amend, but I don't think we need to change the recommendation at this point. We're at a solid point of that journey.
It's right in this decision, so a recommendation. So,
What are we going to jump into discussions now
well,
about these topics?
I think we should, if there's anything that jumps out that we need to talk with the planners about, we're going to do it now.
Okay, that's good. Just, yeah, I guess I'll just maybe a few questions about the exposure draft. I think you've presented it to us and that it's not necessarily where you don't have to take it into account. If we were to take it into account, would we get told off by anyone? I mean, is it unlawful for us to take it into account from a statutory point of view? Has anyone thought about that?
I would consider it's best practice. Like it's a good indication of best practice of the current lawful framework.
It's only an exposure draft.
Yeah.
It's going to go through a committee process, presumably, so it might change.
Yes. So we could amend our approach to comply with it.
And then just have to take it back.
So that's a reservation I have of, and also I think the issues that where we aren't fully aligned, they are really tricky. We've tried to, through the course of the hearing, look at a general clearance rule that would work and address what the concerns are, and we haven't. I don't feel like we've found such a rule, but I'm hopeful that through the government guidance, it's going to be coming a year and 2 years after it's gazetted, that you will that some clarity might come out of that about how to go about it.
Thanks for that. One of the certainly where I was sort of landed that you'd sort of adopt it at your own risk to some extent at this point. I mean, to the extent that any document that's come into existence after the plan was notified, there's still got to be scope to start with. But of course, I think we've got scope here because Forest and Bird and DOT were both asking for a general clearance rule, and they may continue to ask for that after we're done and dusted here. So we don't know about that. Okay, no, that's good. One of the points you did note in paragraph 56 is that the criteria for the assessment of SNAs was based on criteria consistent with that used for the New Plymouth context. So to some extent, you know, we're sort of using the same tools to identify SNAs as what's proposed. One of the matters that has come to us as a recommendation, though, is that in terms of the policy which sets out criteria or factors for determining significance, is tangata whenua values with respect to that. Have you been able to see anything in the exposure draft which which develops that concept or adopts it, or is it excluded? I mean,
I felt there was quite a bit of alignment, actually. I mean, it's front and centre, the role of tangata whenua and as kaitaki, but also in identifying taonga species. And yeah, I thought that the exposure draft was very enabling, and that the recommendation at the end of hearing 5 to add those 2 extra assessment criteria, thought that would work quite well.
What it says is criteria for identifying areas that qualify as significant natural areas. And then it has representativeness, it has diversity and pattern criterion, it's got rarity and distinctiveness, ecological context, but it doesn't sort of replicate a specific criterion that would identify areas as significant natural areas based on tangata whenua relationships with them. I accept that it's got a huge amount of recognition of that in the process leading up to the implementation of the standard, but in terms of the criteria that go to draw lines on maps to determine what's significant, that doesn't seem to be one of them.
Yeah, I guess the way that it's structured in our plan doesn't quite align with the exposure draft, but I think the draft sets out the process and the principles for us to work together, and that's what the 2 new criteria and policy 1 of the eco chapter would also okay. It's a new process that we're going to have to do together. If tangata whenua wish to be involved to the extent that they wish to be involved. So
to some extent that, I mean, given where we're at with the current plan, that additional policy matter is only ever going to be forward-looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we did talk about that within the subdivision space that might be useful. So areas not identified as significant natural areas, that through the subdivision, on any given subdivision, there would be opportunities for tangata whenua to identify areas for protection.
In terms of the MPS, those are the questions I had. So. Thanks.
Right.
Next slide.
So this is just a brief overview of the outstanding submission points. So out of those 8,000 submission points, that original submission points we received, there's 51 submission points and 31 further submission points that have not previously been evaluated. 32 original submission points and 34 further submission points have been deferred from previous hearings, and 10 original submission points, 1 further submission points relate to the glossary. So not a bad hit rate. So the Section 42A report actually doesn't result in a lot of officers' recommendations. The recommended amendments were 2 matters listed in the slide, and the changes are shown in a number of different appendices. So as I've mentioned, we will step through the ones that we think require a little bit more discussion, what we've received evidence on, but you can see the matters there where recommendations have been made. Julie. So the evidence that we've received have been from the submitters that you can see up on the slide here. So we've heard from Federated Farmers that they agree with the National Grid Subdivision Corridor recommendation that has been made. There's been some recommendations made to do with the effect standards in the entrance corridors, and they seek some clarification around that. This afternoon, you'll hear from Greymouth Petroleum and Taranaki Energy Watch. So this is to do with risk management contours and about how the regional consistency of those are applied, and from Taranaki Energy Watch perspective, to ensure that the general approach to that is one that is a conservative approach. You'll hear from Kāinga Ora, and they have recommended that the term living activities, this is a New Plymouth District Council definition that has come into the plan, which is an umbrella term describing all different types of living activities. They would like that definition removed and replaced with residential activities, which is a national planning standards activity. So you'll hear some evidence on that. They also propose an amendment to the definition of national grid subdivision corridor, but they also support the amendments to the strategic objectives. You'll hear from Heavy Haulage, and they seek 2 amendments to the permitted standards for relocation of building, for the relocation of building rules. Taranaki iwi have got some questions about the weighting of the glossary and the definitions section. And they also support Climate Justice's submission, which relates to rain and greywater tanks for new builds to help increase self-sufficiency and resilience. And they also have a number of comments on how the sites of significance to Māori provisions are applied. You'll hear from Te Atiawa, and they will make some comments on the exposure draft that Raf's just spoken on. They also touch on entrance corridors. They too support Climate Justice's submissions relating to rain and greywater tanks. They make a comment on the structure plan solution that has been applied in Armstrong Avenue, which is in Waitara, to do with the rezoning there. They talk about the strategic objectives, and they also talk about the interrelationship between the earthworks rules and the sites of significance and historic heritage policies as well. There is some discussion that they've put in about the engagement and consultation and expert cultural advice from tangata whenua. They also too talk about relocated buildings, definitions and glossary, and various other amendments to different policies. Helen Johnson has put in some sizable evidence, but she's unfortunately not appearing at the hearing, but Ellie will talk about her evidence in the following slides. But she talks particularly about height in relation to boundaries. Transpower as well, they're not appearing, and they make some comments on the entrance corridors effect standard. And finally, Z Energy support the office's recommendation relating to the entrance corridor standard. So at this stage, I'm just going to we're going to go to this next slide here, and Jacob's going to give you a little bit more context about that living activities definition that I just spoke about before, and then Joe will come in and talk about the glossary and definitions evidence received.
Okay, so yeah, just turning to the evidence that we've received in relation to the definitions. So we've received evidence from Mr. Campbell for Kāinga Ora, who has questioned the use of the defined term living activities and suggested that the term was not consistent with the national planning standards, and that all of the activities listed within term living activities could broadly be encompassed by the term residential activity. Just to go back a step, I guess, that term living activities is sort of an umbrella term, I suppose. It pulls together various residential type activities, but there is some. So just a note on that point as well, that this matter was also raised in a submission by Kāinga Ora in relation to the commercial and mixed use zone hearing, which at the time was recommended to be rejected on the basis that both definitions had a place, I suppose, in the plan and in that chapter in particular. Moving on to the other point from Mr. Campbell for Kaingaora, it relates to the definition of National Grid subdivision corridor. And he suggests that should the panel accept Kaingaora's relief in relation to the variable width corridor of the National Grid subdivision corridor, that he's presented a alternative definition, I suppose. My recommendation was to reject that just on the basis of recommendations through the Network Utilities hearing, to also reject the submission point around the variable. So, yeah, that's basically those couple of points. I'm not sure if there's any questions before I hand on to Joe.
You'll obviously listen to the evidence today and
sure.
Back to us at the end.
So Campbell's not on today, I don't
Be tomorrow, is he?
I think he was on this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry.
Mr. Jacob, I think that's clear.
Yeah, hi. So we got submissions from Yakarapa and regarding the glossary. I largely accepted those submissions and have moved several terms from the glossary to the definitions section. I think I refused or rejected one submission. So the evidence that's come back on the glossary itself is a concern about the weighting of the glossary in comparison with the definition section. There certainly is no intention to weight one lesser than the other, so to speak, but the National Planning Standards doesn't make the glossary mandatory. The definitions are mandatory, not the glossary. I'm quite agnostic about whether we retain a glossary. We've done a bit of assessment. My colleague Ashley has assessed whether other new plans have got a glossary. Some of them do, some of them don't. There's no theme. Some of the terms are in one glossary and some of them aren't, so it's very hard to sort of see if there's a way in which we've all done it consistently, because we certainly don't appear to have at the moment. So under the National Planning Standards, you do have to define a term if it's used in a rule. And I do see the point of actually also defining the terms that I've got on the slide here that weren't previously defined but were in the glossary, because they are, as Ms. Markle points out, terms under the RMA that are defined under the RMA. So it would make sense to maintain that statutory weighting for those terms and, you know, shift them into the definitions section. I think makes sense. So I'm happy to do that. And obviously then the glossary becomes quite a lot shorter, because I have already suggested or recommended to move other terms over. And it's still, I'm not really too concerned whether we actually get rid of the glossary. We could potentially translate terms within the plan where they're used. That's the other option, which some plans have done. Some other plans have, wherever the terms are used in the plan, throughout the plan, they've actually provided a translation in brackets next to the term. So yeah, so I'm quite happy to move those terms over to the definition section and possibly reconsider doing some more if I think that the glossary is not really needed after taking, moving those terms. There'll only be a few terms left. And I can talk to Iwi about that as well before my written right reply.
Terms will be left on the glossary roughly.
Roughly about 10. I think it's not very many. It's quite small.
And as a plan user, do you find those helpful to be there?
I think I've looked through them again today, and I think a couple are quite useful. We're not consistent throughout the plan. We have translated them in some areas, particularly the SASM overview, for instance, and in a couple of other areas, we've translated them within a rule or within a policy. So it's not particularly consistent. So we would need to, attribute some consistency to how we're going to do it if we don't maintain or retain the glossary. So I think, yeah.
So that's one of my chapters that I'm writing.
Yes.
In terms of all of the detail about how the plan works. So certainly in your written reply, hearing evidence, think about it and give us a clear direction about overall plan benefit by keeping a few terms in the glossary. That's just going to be tied in the other way. So because of, this is ultimately the council's plan, we are here to make it as workable as possible. So that sounds like it might be a bit of a line call here. If you could do that, that'd be great. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, there's only one up on there that I'm interested in is the differentiation between living activities and residential activities. And when I look at page 42 of the report, you've got the notified definition of living activity there, and it's got a full list. I then look at the definition of residential activities. It says means the use of land and buildings for people's living accommodation, short and sweet, which on the face of it includes everything that you've listed there, except perhaps pa marae. I mean, do you accept that?
Yeah, there's also some tension, I guess, between parts of the retirement villages definition per the national planning standards, which includes
health related as health.
Yeah, things that aren't necessarily residential in nature.
Have you done a stock take, and can you, if so, can you tell me where does the plan use living activities and where does it use residential activities? Don't roll your eyes at me, young man. Excellent. Only my son would do that. It's okay, Dad, I can't prepare. You never do.
So basically, sort of those key areas that you'd associate with having these presence, residential zones, the rural zones, obviously residential activities or houses, dwellings are a component of that. They all use residential zones and they split out those other activities that are listed within the living zone activity depending on status. It tends to be grouped together in zones such as the airport, port, hospital, where we're just trying to bring together a really broad range of activities to say these are all non-compliant, discretionary, or whatever they might be.
It's a definitional tool you've used to make it easier in those chapters where you don't want any of them to be referred to as a single proposition.
It's sort of an efficiency thing, I suppose, in my mind, insofar as it takes away that kind of bloat of having to have too many activities.
So you can just say living activities non-complying rather than residential activities, multi-purpose activities. You don't have, okay, so it's more of an efficiency tool rather than having any substantive impact on how the plan. Is it an exclusionary proposition, or do you use it occasionally to include? I'm just trying to think. You make a reference to the port zone there. So the port zone just refers to living activities.
Living activities, all being incompatible and associated non-compliant status.
Are there any zones where you include living activities as a permitted activity and use that defined term for the same purpose, but to actually allow rather than exclude?
Based on the notified version, I actually haven't looked at the right of reply, but local centre zone, I believe, has a permitted activity status for living activities.
So it is used in both ways.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now, thanks for clarifying that.
Right, in relation to boundary.
Oh, best for last, eh?
Great day. So I just refer you to page 72 of the 42A report if you want to have a good read about it. So most zones in the plan have an effect standard for height in relation to boundary. However, there's inconsistent use of the terms buildings and structures, both within the standards and across the zones. And this was raised in a submission from Helen Johnson. So in the report there, I've recommended a number of amendments to achieve consistency, but specifically I've recommended that a height in relation to boundary standard applies to buildings in all zones that have the effect standard. And additionally, that a height in relation to boundary standard also applies to other structures, just in the residential and open space zones, and that standard applies at the boundaries that adjoin residential zoned sites. So we've received some evidence from Liz Johnson, and she's abroad and can't be here today. She doesn't disagree with my recommendations, but she has raised 3 matters. The first matter she's raised is the question of scope for the amendments that I've recommended. Secondly, she's concerned that the height in relation to boundary standards for structures will capture all structures regardless of their bulk, and that narrow structures will be caught and require consent. And she's recommended adding parameters into the standards so that only bulky structures would trigger the need for consent. Thirdly, Ms. Johnson's noted an inconsistency in the height in relation to boundary standards in the residential zones, and that they refer to side boundaries, and the standards in all other zones refer to site boundaries. Okay, so the effect of that really is that the height in relation to boundary standards for buildings in the residential zones don't apply at the road boundary, but do apply at the road boundary in other zones. There we are.
So what you're saying is that it's not an inconsistency, it's deliberate.
It's not an inconsistency. It is an inconsistency, and it's a deliberate inconsistency. Yes. Is that right? We're saying the same thing.
Inconsistency. Isn't that how you describe all exceptions to rules? Yeah. Okay.
Got any questions at this stage on those?
I should talk to Helen about that. She's referenced that she hadn't had an opportunity to talk it through, but
no, that's right. Well, with the COVID, so I haven't had a chance to talk to her yet.
Sorry that she's really set out the issues and what she thinks. So, and I've read this through and I'm sure that's so. That's something. Okay, thank you.
Well, I did have one question on height in relation to boundary, but if you go back on page 74 of your report, and I don't know whether you're going to come to height as a separate matter.
No, I'm not, because there's nothing
no evidence on that.
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah, it's the table for height standards based on the rights of reply version.
Yes.
And I'm just in, and the answer might be immediately obvious, but you can help me if I got it wrong. We're differentiating between buildings and structures. Structures include buildings. That's where we've got to, isn't it? Is there any reason then why within the structures rows you would include buildings with a separate height as the structure? Why wouldn't they be in the building column? Is that just because you've ended up collating them all in one place? It's just the easiest way to show it. Okay, all right. Because there's not a table that looks like this in the plan, is there? No. Okay, all right. Okay, understood. Thanks.
Sticking with me here. So this is the entrance corridors overlay, the landscaping standard, and it's page 17 of the 42A report. So entrance corridor landscaping standard, which is ECOR S2, is the minimum landscaping standard for all sites that adjoin entrance corridors. That's regardless of the zone. It's all zones that are affected by entrance corridors. And the standard, as notified, requires that at least 60% of the setback strip is landscaped with grass and or planted with trees and shrubs. And we received a submission from Ms. Griffith to increase this minimum requirement so that more substantial planting is required than just grass. So she's seeking the deletion of the and or so that grass and trees and shrubs are required. So I read it. This submission point was incorrectly summarised and was re-notified in May of this year, and we received 4 further submissions. Thanks, Julie. Next slide. So in the report, I've recommended increasing the minimum landscaping standard so that it requires grass and shrubs or trees in all zones except the rural production zone. And you've received briefs of evidence from each of the 4 submitters, but not from the submitter herself. There's 4 further submitters here, but not the submitter. So Federated Farmers seeks exemption of the rural production zone from the effects standard. Z Energy seeks an amendment to add operational and functional needs as a matter of discretion. Transpower seeks a notation in the standard alerting plan users to the electricity regulations that relate to hazards from trees. Yatiawa supports the development of a vision for entrance corridors. Now, I apologise that I have an addendum to table in relation to this matter, and it affects the accept and reject appendix. Do you have that, Julie, or not? I can get that to you a little later, but it's quite straightforward. If I take you to the to Appendix 1 and page 6 of Appendix 1, this, which is the accept and reject appendix. So, oh gosh, I haven't got it in front of me either. So the submission point from Ms. Griffith, it showed what you see there is the original and incorrectly summarised version of the submission point, rather than the corrected submission point that was re-notified in May in the errata document. So it's correct in the report. It's incorrect in the appendix. Yes, yeah, a replacement page 6 will come to you in time. Thank you. So do you have any questions on the entrance corridors?
Just a couple. I'm on page 22 of the report where you've got your recommended revised rule. And I just want to query the drafting to some extent, and that's not a criticism. It's just because when I go to the current, where do I find it? It's in historical cultural. If I go to the existing S2, now these are all effects standards, aren't they?
Yes.
So it's not immediately apparent to me why you would have an activity status and then aware, because the way the rule is structured, if you don't meet the standard, then you click to the next column, which is matters of discretion of compliance not achieved. So I haven't seen any other standards expressed with an activity status and then aware, and it's certainly not showing in the current notified version as such. So I don't know whether where has come from or where the activity status has come from.
That is an error. Yes. Apologies for that.
No, so as I say, I've not been involved in this chapter. It just struck me as the syntax was where something shall be, whereas these were standards that must be. So
I imagine it's a cut and paste here.
Okay, no, that's good, to pick that up. The other one is really this notion of what goes in these areas. Because on the face of it, if I didn't like grass and I just wanted to plant shrubs, I don't comply with the standard.
Yes.
And I've got to get a resource consent to plant nothing but shrubs. Isn't that a bit? Sorry.
Yes, it is. I did fight with the drafting of this, just trying to get it as short and sweet as possible. But I really think, and I agree with you, I know exactly what you're talking about, that I probably need a little more text in there to say a combination of grass and trees or shrubs.
What if I don't want to plant grass? I mean, a lot of
a combination of or trees and or shrubs.
like and or. But look, I just think there is the intent of the submitter is, as I understand it, so that you just don't, so that you have to do something other than planting grass. The problem is a lot of landscape gardeners will tell you that if you plant trees, the grass is never going to survive under them anyway. So why wouldn't you just go a fully shrubbed or a fully treed strip? But on that basis, I don't know, just again, maybe I'm just raising problems that don't exist, but
No, you're not. And I have considered that since the release of the report. So it's something that I want to give further thought to.
God forbid you don't get into a percentage of grass per landscaped area. I mean, that would then we'll be specifying the variety that must be used.
Good to know. Try and avoid the and or as well.
Well, I mean, I don't. In this context, I suppose it's not that much of a problem. But just you can just use a comma. Yeah. You know, those are my only questions. It's really just an observation. I'd hate to think that someone needed a resource consent because they
I agree.
plant shrubs.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Skipped, sorry. Skipped one too far.
The rules for relocated buildings, and this is page 79 of your report. In response to the submission from New Zealand Heavy Haulage, the rules in relation to relocating buildings has really undergone a sea change through the hearings process. And other than in the natural open space zone, now all relocated buildings are recommended to be permitted across the district, subject to standards. And then in the natural open space zone, all building activities require resource consent. So that's why there's that variance there. In the report, I've recommended amendments to achieve consistency in the permitted activity standards and in the matters of discretion when the restricted discretionary rule is triggered. So you've had evidence from Mr. Barner Thompson, who is largely happy with the recommended amendments, and he's raised two discrete matters in his brief of evidence, both relating to the permitted activity standards. So the first matter relates to the first standard in each rule, which requires the building's use to be that of a permitted activity. And he's requested that these standards be made consistent. And the second matter is a request to include an additional permitted activity standard in the residential zones that requires the building to be located on permanent foundations within 2 months of arriving on the site. And this was discussed at the residential zones hearing, which I didn't attend. And I apologise that Mr. Barner Thompson has had to reiterate his point. I've since viewed that part of the hearing and have listened to his evidence. And just on a final note, these rules have had a legal review. They've been popped in the report. Questions on this one?
Like, when I said in the call discussion, here, which is fine, but I think this is the importance of this hearing because yeah, we just need to pick up, all the you, Ali. I don't have any questions.
We have a question from Commissioner McMahon.
All right.
Question for officers of both CCZ about relocation of buildings in CCZ and TCZ, and why an RDA consent for design isn't necessary for such relocations for consistency with new builds, adds and alts to existing. Those are, as far as I know, the only off-the-shelf zones with no permitted baseline for built form.
Right, I think Commissioner McMahon is referring to the zones that have the requirement to comply with the design guide for new buildings and for alterations. And by removing the relocation of a building rule from the RDIS activity status and making it permitted, then there's no recourse to those design guides for relocated buildings, and maybe there's an inconsistency there. I think that's what he's saying. I'd probably respond by saying that the likelihood of relocated buildings going into the centres zones is very low. It's a highly built environment already, and sort of trying to shoehorn a relocated building would be quite difficult. I understand that it's very uncommon. I don't even know that we've had any through the course of the operative plan relocated buildings into these zones. So it was really an assessment of risk. And I think we're satisfied that that the permitted activity status is appropriate.
Sure, David, will let us know if there's a supplementary.
I'm using we here because it was a matter that was discussed at the commercial and mixed use zones hearing, and that's my understanding of how the discussion went.
So the quick fix though would be not to make it, excuse me, wholly permitted in those zones, but to require it to have a consent for assessment against the design guides. Yeah, okay, that's the fix.
I'll have another look at that, and you know that might be appropriate. I'll make a note for the written reply. Yeah. Oh yes, yeah.
Got two with that.
On page 112 is the substances. And so I'll just give you a summary of what's in the report, an update where we're at, and then a couple of corrections as well. So as you would have read and be aware that there's two outstanding matters for hazardous substances. Firstly, it's the preparation and technical reviews of the quantitative risk assessments for the Greymouth and Methanex sites. And secondly, there were 4 deferred submission points in relation to the Methanex Motunui site, with 3 of those submission points being from neighbours who oppose the risk management contours. Firstly, I'll speak to Methanex. I'll note that we've received no evidence in relation to Methanex's risk contours, so no evidence from Methanex themselves, and no evidence from any of the neighbouring submitters. As I noted in the original hazardous substances detail report, we'd received a QRA report from Methanex, which related to their 4 sites, which had the risk contours attached to their submission. Council's technical reviewer has completed their review now of that QRA report and raised a few questions around some of the assumptions and methodology used. Methanex and their reviewers have initially, their QRA experts have initially responded. And at the same time, Methanex advised that they had also commissioned a new and updated QRA for their Motunui site. The latest as of Friday from Methanex is that they've received the updated information from their
their risk experts, and they're reviewing that right now, and they expect to supply that report this week to council to then be reviewed by council. So the timing's looking very tight in terms of to be able to complete that review and resolve any questions with that between now and the right of reply 3-week timeframe. The best endeavours will be to do that, but based on experience, it's looking challenging to complete that process within this timeframe. That's similar to what I'll talk about next with Greymouth as well, where we're at. So that's probably a key question from myself to the panel, is just around the timeframe we do have left to complete this process. Any questions on Methanex?
No, I'm just wondering about their timing. An explanation for the delays, or have they been working on this for a while? Or what's the...
We'll hear from Greymouth as well. It's just the time involved in preparing QRAs and modelling involved, and the limited capacity that these specialists have. It's a timely and costly process. So that's the only reason I understand.
We do have an email received on Friday from Hazen about future processes and information and those sorts of things. So will you address us on that, or?
Yes, I'll comment briefly on that in relation to Greymouth. Thank you. In terms of where things are at with Greymouth, and I note the draft evidence or rebuttal evidence for Greymouth received on Friday. That provides effectively the latest on where things are at, which is Greymouth have submitted 6 detailed QRAs for the 6 of their sites, 3 for well sites and 3 for production stations. And the 3 well sites have been, those detailed QRAs have been reviewed by council's reviewer, and there's some clarification. One of them has been accepted, but 2 others need some more clarification or additional information to confirm them. And in relation to the 3 production stations, I received the council's review this morning. So I just need to check that, and that will be available in the next 24 hours. And then there's the comparative QRA assessment, which is for all the other well sites own and operate, which is the key questions around the process from here. In terms of just a clarification, this relates to paragraph 584 in section 42 report. In there, I referred to 2 differences between what was referred to in the Greymouth QRAs and including the comparative report. One was around the level of risk that was used. So the Greymouth initially had used the risk threshold of 5 times 10 to the minus 7, where the risk threshold used in the proposed district plan is 1 times 10 to the minus 6. I clarified that with Greymouth and with council's reviewer, and that read Mr. Droud's evidence on Friday. It seems that there's agreement around that the 1 times 10 to the minus 6 is the appropriate threshold to use. So I don't believe there's any outstanding or difference there anymore. And then the second one is relating to rounding up and including a level of conservatism in the risk contour. And this relates to the sites where there's no detailed QRA. And I'll leave it to the risk experts to speak about that, because I understand Mr. Droud and Spolich for Energy Watch will this afternoon. And then lastly, given that time where we're at, I understand we've got all the information at this point from Greymouth. There's a few bits of clarification or additional information required in response to council's reviewers on the detailed QRAs, and council's reviewer hasn't looked at this comparative QRA yet. Again, and Secondly, in terms of Miss Arsden's email, discussions with Taranaki Energy Watch, there's a matter of difference between Greymouth in terms of the commercially sensitive information and what information Taranaki Energy Watch requires to be able for them to participate. So again, that's a matter I think we'll be discussing further this afternoon with Greymouth and Taranaki Energy Watch.
Yes, okay. That's where you've got
That's a summary of where we're at.
But we have one of the hearing panel from the hazardous substances and energy chapter listening in, but down, but he's still following this, and Antoine had shared that's not available today, so we'll need to confer with them in terms of the go forward plan. And the other issue I have with addressing some of this commercially sensitive information is that we have Ms. Price here, but Ms. Hazen on Thursday morning. So I don't really want to get into a discussion about those issues just with only one party in the room. So I'm thinking that we might want to defer that discussion so that we can have the go forward decision that we need to make. As I said in my response, Ms. Hazen's email on Friday, I've got an open mind on these matters. We just want to hear submissions on both, but certainly not prepared to engage on those matters with only one party in the room. I'm not sure Ms. Hazen can't be available to be witness today. Be some issues with being double booked. I'll signal through you, Julie, that to address that, we probably need a time whether that can be we can actually speak to the parties all together about these issues.
Robert's in the room as well from Energy Watch, so she knows.
Yes, yes, welcome. Certainly if matters raised, this matters been raised by your council, so it comes to some, obviously some wonderful matters that we are going to look at. Again, moving forward, there's a timing issue which is substantive, but also other we need to consider either. So, Mr. Price, do you have any comments on what we're up to with that before we finish with Hamish?
I'm here and fully assume that that's my time to do legal submission.
Yes.
Since receiving information on Friday and today, I'm beginning to have doubts about the whole expert conferencing happening after the hearing is closed. So I think I will include that in how I proceed.
We don't have to necessarily close the hearing per se, do we?
No. Whether we're going to come back in your time frame.
Well, any other comments?
Ruby apologises, she's also going to phone.
Yes.
We were going to defer you to respond on Thursday, or tonight.
Yes. Well, I think we that yeah, time outside hearing hours where we could all get on the phone, but that's not very satisfactory either. But look, I think we'll just hear from each of the parties in turn, make a final call on Thursday about where we is, and we'll be interested in your advice too, Hamish, at that time, once you've heard the legal submissions and the evidence. Thank you.
To me. So I've just addressed a mis-submission. So there was a climate justice Taranaki submission which was supported by Taranaki Iwi, Namahanga, Atairi and Te Atiawa. So they outlined some provisions in Kapiti Coast District Council's plan where they have requirements for all new builds to have rainwater tanks and or grey water systems. And the intention here is to increase self-sufficiency and reduce demand on council's water supply and improve resilience. Then they also outline a scheme that they have in Kapiti with interest-free loans paid back via rates for installation of similar self-sufficiency measures. And they urged MPDC to have that sort of process here. So in the Section 42A report, I noted that since notification, we have got such a scheme for the funding and things to be paid back via rates. And also in terms of whether we require new builds to have rainwater tanks or grey water tanks, council did explore that recently, and there's a Becker study which demonstrated that it wasn't economically feasible. So we have explored it, and it's not something that the Three Waters team are looking at doing. However, we do support those that wish to install them by their own choice. And the evidence of Ms. Hokapaora and Ms. Marco, they continue to support the PDP having requirements for new builds to have such systems. Ms. Marco had a few questions about the Becker study, and I just offer to circulate that to her, or attach it to the right of reply. Or
is that available? Is that complete now?
Yes, yeah, it's not on the website at the moment, but I am able to distribute it.
Has Ms. Marco seen that?
Don't believe so. So I could get it to them straight away before they.
Yes, I think you should circulate that, get us a copy as well. That would certainly provide some extra information for them and us. That would be here from you.
And just noting that Ms. Marco's comments regarding there being cultural values and principles in addition to engineering assessments in this field, and just have questioned there, that this would potentially be a new project for MPDC's Three Waters and iwi, and potentially mechanisms that could sit outside the plan. For example, our funding initiative is outside of the proposed plan, and the support for people that wish to install these tanks is outside the district plan as well. So it's more an LTP work stream.
Yes, is climate justice addressing us as well? I'm certainly pretty familiar with Kapiti doing very well. I know that context is quite full supply constraints there, so yeah, it's just.
So I've put some of the reasons in the report why it's not considered feasible or that it would add significant benefit. But yeah, it is quite detailed, so I'll circulate that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Interfina Where Matters is really, as Ms. Edwards said, it's just about consistency of terms used in the PDP. And it really dealt with two matters about the federal topics, and that relates back to the proposed plan where it used the word identified sectors, and that's now become federal. And so my recommendations on the use of those terms is on page 66 and 67, where I've really just talked about replacing the term identified features with federal features. And then another import zone, we had this word, this term called identified terms, and I talked to Mr. Jacob about that, and we agreed that identified terms actually was the same as scheduled features. So it's just about getting consistency, and it was the same in the hospital zone. We used a term called identified items. and changing that to scheduled features. In terms of the submissions relating to those issues, Ms. Marco disagreed with my recommendation in the Māori purpose zone to just use the word scheduled features and not to include non-scheduled features. And I agree with the evidence in the Māori purpose zone. We should be referring to both scheduled and non-scheduled features, given the context of the zone. My next point that I also agree with Ms. Marco was about the future urban zone policy P7. So this matter was actually deferred. If you recall in the rural hearing, Mr. Whitaker, who was the author of that policy, of that zone, couldn't reach agreement, so he deferred it. And so I authored that with him. And I do agree with Ms. Marco that the word informing is a better term to use than incorporating, that Māori will be front and centre of structure plans. My next, the other part of the consistency checking I did was to look at the use of the terms engagement, consultation, advice from Māori, expert advice from Māori. And I came up with sort of a shortcut I read all the evidence that had been received and the rights of reply, and thought that the term expert cultural advice would be a shortcut term to sort of incorporate all of those issues. Ms. Marco does not agree with the use of the term cultural. She thinks it should be expert advice, and she also thinks that the word consultation, I should have left that in. So I don't have any view on that. I'm just welcome to hear your views on that. The other quite tricky thing that I also we have to look at is the Earthworks policy. The Earthworks policy EWP4, which Ms. Lawrenson is now renumbered P3. She wrote that before there was the SASM and the Historic Heritage policy, so we've had to sort of amend that so it now aligns. So it now it aligns because I've made a reference to the relevant policies in those chapters. So I'm unsure what the conflict is that Ms. Marco talks about. So I'm just again willing to hear from her.
EWP4 is where the most discussed policy in and perhaps lots of evidence on that. Now it's P3, so we'll hear from Sarah. And you'll come back to us, your thoughts at the end. Some questions.
There's one matter I'm looking at. I think I might have. Yeah. On page 63, and this might be something that I need to talk to someone else about. I do see now that I look at is it the right of reply version? No, it's the 42A version of the definitions chapter, the inclusion of this new defined term non-scheduled feature. And either I was asleep during that hearing or I've just missed it. But the rationale for this definition of non-scheduled features was presumably to deal with the issue that arose in the earthworks chapter, that you could be doing earthworks and potentially affect historical significant items that weren't actually identified in the plan. That you're nodding, so I'm assuming that's where it's sort of come from. Yeah.
Yeah, the schedule feature is relying on, so it sort of has evolved. So it is, I did mention that paragraph 336.
Yeah.
They said it was just coming out of the stance. She had the difference of two types of features, scheduled features, and then she just called them features. And then that was picked up by Ms. Cannon, the network utility, and then she goes further and she creates the term non-scheduled features. So it wasn't reported in the definition chapter because it was picked up in those two chapters.
Yeah, it sort of leads me to two questions. In how many locations of the plan are we including this term non-scheduled features? What are the rules that apply to it? And I mean, you might know off your head, you might not, but it's something I'd like to know. And then the second bit is, what are they? It just says means features that are not identified in the plan. I mean, presumably it's supposed to refer back to features of a similar type or quality that are otherwise identified by the overlays, but have not been mapped. Is that, you see the dilemma? I mean, I could come along and say that there's a wonderful feature on my property or not.
I think they, I'll get back to you about.
Yeah, look, I understand I'm putting you on the spot because you're not the report writer, but yeah, and I'll have a bit more of a think about it, I think. I just want to go back and join the dots with the earthworks right of reply and Ms. Cannon's right of reply to see if I can get my head around that a bit more.
Certainly came up in all of those hearings, the SESM, the net utility.
Well, yeah, I know there was always this issue about we don't know what we don't know.
Yes.
Therefore, we ought to name what that set of things that we don't know, and at least have people think about them and potentially have rules apply to them, which is fair enough. It's just whether this is the right technique to do it, I guess.
There's a new definition that was Canon.
Yeah.
Suggested. So yeah, come back to us. That will be.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. All right, and I'll do a bit more. I'll go back and do a bit of thinking to see if I can get my head back around it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, David. Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm very reluctant to turn my camera on. I'm not in the best physical shape to make an appearance on the big screen. But I'm very interested in this term non-scheduled features, because my understanding was that it came out of the network utilities and hazardous substances chapters, which you didn't sit on, Kit, and it was seen as being the panacea for dealing with policy and matters of discretion that don't intersect with overlays. In other words, don't intersect with scheduled features. And so it makes a big appearance in the policies, which differentiate between scheduled and non-scheduled features. And so whilst the definition itself is a bit of a moot point, the concept's critical, and I'm not trying to undermine the importance of the definition, but it has to be a meaningful definition. So my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that, and through Sarah's explanation and subsequent hearings, is that most authors have run with this distinction between scheduled and non-scheduled in dealing with policies and rules in the, I guess, in the district-wide and zone chapters, so as to let firstly, the overlays do all the heavy lifting in terms of identified or scheduled, and then secondly, to have some sort of policy construct and matter of discretion that relates to those features that haven't been identified but might be out there and might be triggered through a a resource consent for some other purpose, such as earthworks, where there might be a matter of discretion or policy consideration that can be considered, even though the features aren't scheduled. So there's no question there, Mr. Chair. It's just trying to explain my understanding of the importance of the distinction between those two terms, scheduled and non-scheduled, the importance of those terms being in policies, being in matters of discretion, and I guess where we are now being defined in a meaningful way. There's no answers there, just questions, I guess. That's all from me.
Thank you, David. Yeah, that's certainly very helpful background with you sitting on those hearings. I think we do have an action just to think about that further. To hear from Michael, Sarah, and Ed as well. Thanks for that, Kit.
So in terms of sites and areas of significant tsunami, there were several unique sites that still have matters to resolve in relation to them. These matters are in pages 108 to 112 and integration report. 3 of the sites needed simple confirmation of map coordinates for amended extents, which were agreed to in the SASM hearing, which required a site visit. 4 needed review of locations or extents, which is a more complicated matter in some cases, and 2 need review of new evidence, potentially to be received from Iwi Hapu on Thursday. So they were delayed from the SASM hearing to planning maps, and then unfortunately they were not able to be resolved then, so they've been deferred further to this hearing, the plan integration hearing. So I've attempted to arrange site visits for several of these properties, and I've been stymied by timetable availability to some extent between the archaeologist and the owners in Hapu. Also, Dan, the archaeologist, got COVID the week before last, so I had several site visits arranged for last week but couldn't do them. I was also meant to have a site visit this morning, but the weather was just too bad to do a site visit this morning. I mean, rain is one thing, but thunder and lightning is something else, and especially as we were heading to the top of a hill. So I postponed that site visit till Wednesday morning. So it has been unfortunate, and they're all slightly different. So it is very hard to, put a sort of a overarching approach to every site because they are all different. However, Ms. Gray's submissions have been left to one side because some of her issues were not actually district plan related. They relate to the status of the land and rating matters. And I am trying to do some work in the background with other colleagues in the council relating to that. But that's meant some delay in terms of just completing, acknowledging where that's got to in the final status of that. So that any further investigation might need to come through a plan change in relation to sites if we do ever get a site visit there. And obviously we can do further plan changes as time goes on for any other non-minor amendments that will come through. I'll do my very best to do, as I say, some more site visits before the end of the hearing and potentially before a written right of reply. So I'll do my best to complete that. Happy to take questions on the sites in particular, if that's appropriate.
think that's clear. It's a best endeavours situation. And I suppose just, we are narrowed down now, I think, Joe, a few areas that you've got scope to advance.
Yes.
And I think there's a general acceptance that some of the other sites we've heard evidence on no scope, and there will need to be a annual work stream moving forward. That's right. These sites in the future.
Yes.
So all is not as lost as I understand it. If we can't make it, but again, I understand it's a best endeavours situation. We can't, keep sort of delaying forever until they come to an end. Thank you, Joe, for that.
So
That's
that
it.
concludes our
Yes.
presentation. If you have any further questions, although we've had a few along the way, if you've got any final questions?
Just a couple in no particular order and can be answered by whomever is responsible. Page 15 of the report talk about the way in which the Forest and Bird generic submission has been coded across the accept and reject table. So I think 4 further submissions were received: oppose and full, support and full, support and full. Do I take it from that when we get to the accept and reject tables, in respect of the submissions and to which they relate to, there is a further submission recorded there with a accept or reject based on your ultimate position on the originating submission?
From memory, I think what we've done is we've amended what was the original submission was in the report was answered correctly, but the appendix 2, which was the accept reject, was not correct. We'd said support as opposed to opposed, and so we've amended that in the appendix.
All right, so the accept and reject tables as at today properly document. Yeah, got it. All right, that was the question. I can answer that myself. Sorry. Sorry about this. You shouldn't have written such a long report. That. And 2 matters, but maybe we can deal with them as we go. One of them relates to page 88 of the report, consistency of application of building activities rules. And this might be something we look to. I do recall from the rural zone chapters, there was a concern there raised that there was a duplication between the activities standards and the building standards. And I think Ms. Johnson had raised that as an issue, and it led to the officer taking out a whole lot of separate building activity related rules. I was principally because of a query that Commissioner McMahon had raised in our deliberations. I'd been looking forward to this section of the report because I thought that that might be a similar approach that was going to be adopted across the plan where there was, I guess, a duplication. But this is really just about ensuring the way the chapeaus are all written and making sure you get it right. So do I take it then that there are no other chapters, the zone chapters, that use the same formula that the rural zone chapters did by duplicating a whole lot of different types of building activities as separate rules? So that was that only the rural zones?
Yeah, so residential, generally those rules, those zones that were heard at a similar time,
Yeah.
residential lifestyle from memory. So I've gone through and done that check to see that for houses in general.
Okay, so that, because I can understand the rationale for having activities rules and building rules, but if the standards are the same for both, then I guess you end up scratching your head as to what's the point of one or the other. But if you've rationalised it so that you've only got a single rule that applies a set of standards, then that's I guess we'll have to have a think about that and a chat about it with the Commissioner. Okay, but you haven't seen the need to amend any of the other rule tables for the other site-specific zones to get rid of rules that are not necessary that relate to different types of building activities?
No, there's been some little tweaks, but nothing particularly. Nothing to the extent that it was in the rural zone.
Okay.
For example, it's in residential. So
just rural residential. Okay. The other one relates to page 93 of the report, section 5337, which is about the matters of control and discretion, which I'm really grateful for the work someone's done in going through the plan and working out all of those. I do recall that there was an acceptance in, I can't even remember which chapter it was now, it might have been FUS or residential. There had been an assessment criterion which was the effect of the extent of non-compliance. And in response to a Kaunga submission, that was taken out. Have you gone through and checked to see that that same sort of language hasn't been used in other criteria?
So that particular piece, I understand, we've accepted that there's a decision has been made and it's gone into a consequential changes table. So there is a number of other places where that has been used. And it remains, I suppose, in the right of reply versions. But we've noted that as something that should change throughout all of those provisions.
Okay. And that's in the rights of reply of specific chapters, is it? Or is it?
Where the wording is used?
Yeah.
Well, it's in the notified version and it hasn't come out through the rights of reply, I suppose.
Okay.
Or the section 42A.
So that was accepted in the residential visitor accommodation.
That's right.
So that was Ms. Cannon who accepted that. So she's accepted that that should happen. And from that point on, you'll see that wording removed in the rights of replies, but where it happened previously, it hasn't happened yet. So that would be part of the I guess, checklist that would need to be made as part of the decision making, is making sure that comes out right the way through.
Okay, well, that checklist in this bundle of information,
No,
that's something.
no, it's
We probably need some assistance with that, I think.
Sorry, what was that question?
Well, it's just those previous ones. We're running 38 reports, so this.
I guess how much work would be involved in just putting together an addendum table that mirrors the one you've got at 5337, but just identifies where that phraseology had been used previously, and then just as a checklist for us to some extent. I mean, because otherwise it's going to have to come in later, and I prefer not to do that. Good work. Yeah, you would. That's good, okay. Well, you can come in as an addendum or even as part of the reply if you like for this, that's fine. Yeah, just I don't want to lose those things along the way. That'd be helpful. All right, that was it. Thank you.
I think that was the, I was going to ask about the matters that we raised in memorandum 14, so I think that was the discussion. So I have no further questions. I think we can move on. Listen to my Jonathan Barnard Thompson from New Zealand Heavy Haulage Association.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jonathan.
Lovely. Great to join you this afternoon. And so listen, just have a couple of quick points that we have identified in our written submission to you. And I just wanted to back them up verbally just to make I guess, explain why we have raised these points. So the first one was just relating to, sorry, just the wording in front of me. So this is the some amendments that we've requested to do with the relocation of a building and where permitted activity applies. And so in our looking through, I think there was 3 zones: the residential, the rural, and the future urban zones. We identified, and I guess particularly thinking about the rural zone. So the permitted activity status relates to a building it's used for a residential unit or for visitor accommodation. And what we identify here, particularly in the rural zones, is that there are other buildings that do get relocated that maybe don't have, or that have a useful effect or for the owner in particular, but maybe should be accorded permitted activity status. And so some of these are rural buildings, like buildings and sheds and hay barns, those sorts of things that can be relocated onto a property and should be a permitted activity as such. So that's why we've requested that. What we've realised is that they may well be permitted under the, if you like, the exclusions and the notes that currently exist. So in fact, so point number 2 says, well, sorry, going back, so clauses 1 and 2, it says do not apply to, and point number 2, buildings will not be used for living activities, or buildings which will not be used for living activities, sorry. So probably those particular rural buildings could be seen as being caught in that or captured in that exclusion. But I guess that, yeah, which I guess we're offering up a suggestion to have it as a permitted activity status rather than being one of the exclusions. So that's, I guess, yeah, I guess that's up for the planners to work through whether that's the wording would be better captured one way or captured the other way in order to raise the point, or I guess address the point that we've made. And so moving on to the second point that we want to make. So this was the point that I made in the residential hearing, and it was around us wanting a shorter time frame for the buildings to be onto permanent foundations. And if you recall, we were keen for it to be limited to 2 months instead of 12 months. And really that was to make sure that the building was not sitting around on temporary foundations, and that the building was in the process of being accumulated back into, or looking like it was going to be there permanently rather than sat there on temporary supports. So, and in our analysis of it, seemed to be overlooked. So the planner's report in regard to the residential zone said, yes, it will be caught in the swept up. When we had a look at the swept up report, it didn't appear to be there unless we had overlooked something. So we were just really just bringing this to your attention again, just to make sure that it was actually covered, because this is an important point to us and we wouldn't like to see it looked over. And just like I say, primarily, or just only really for the residential zones, as we see that could have a bit more of an amenity effect. So that was the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, no.
No, Jonathan, very clear as always, and the beauty of the sweep up hearing is that people that have worked their way through issues that they were dealing with, there's something missed out or you want to raise again, you've done that. So thank you. I'm personally supportive of the second issue, because I see some buildings in Hawke's Bay that sit up on blocks for a long time, and maybe, that's really a key amenity issue as I see it as well. So thanks for following that through.
Yes, no, it certainly is something that we don't like to see. As I said, it's something that we like to have the buildings on site, on permanent foundations, and then getting well on the way towards being a permanent fixture in that area well before the 12 months is up, that's going to be allowed for under the conditions of this clause. Thanks again for the opportunity, and listen, I've appreciated all the opportunities to appear by Zoom as well. Just makes things a little bit easier for us. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. Thanks. Yep.
Campbell. Here it's okay, Michael.
Yes, Commissioners, good afternoon. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Right. Thank you, and thank you to the Chair for allowing me to appear in Zoom. I've got a pretty short brief, so I wasn't going to go through it, but just there was 3 points I think the officers kind of raised, and just to touch on those in terms of my brief was around the definition of living activities, and I guess I acknowledge that it's a fairly fine point in terms of the issue, and acknowledge that the definition of living activity is very much a grouping definition. I still remain of the view that I think for simplicity it would be better not to have the definition, but I do acknowledge that the outcomes of the plan don't actually turn on the issue in terms of the rules. It's really around landing on the definition that picks up the issues that the plan is seeking to control. The second point I raised really related to evidence that we provided earlier in relation to the National Grid subdivision corridor. It was really on the basis that if the panel were minded to go with the variable spatial extent of the corridor, then I've suggested a variable definition. And then finally, I've just noted in my evidence that I've reviewed the strategic objectives as set out in the Section 42A report and some of the suggested changes, and just confirmed that having reviewed those, I generally support the recommendations set out in the Section 42A report. That's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I did. I just need to pull up a document, Michael. Good. Thank you for
no worries.
Really helped me out. We're around minutes. Oh, actually, no, I've got a better way of doing it. Bear with.
No worries.
So many folders.
The minutes of the year.
Could save these things in better places. Where are we? Oh, actually, no, which page are they on? Do you know? I'd like to have it in front of me. That's all. I just can't immediately stick my hand on them.
Under hearings, and then here is hearing panel directions and responses.
Hearings.
There you go. I just can't remember. Just go up the screen, good. So just down from the, is proposed district plan, and go scroll down. So.
Oh, it's one of the big ones, sorry. No, this is not working.
Click on hearings on the left hand panel. And go down that page, there we go. Go up, go up. The commissioner minutes.
Thank you, goodness. Which one was it? What, our interim guidance on
It's 9, the interim guidance. Is it 9?
Yeah. Yep. Attached. Now, last time, I'm here now. Last time you appeared before us a couple of weeks ago, you were with the equally erudite lawyer, Mr. Allen, who made some very strong submissions about the concept of reverse sensitivity, what it all means and how it ought to actually apply across a plan. And I made a note at the time to, at this hearing, take you back to what we've suggested by way of guidance in the strategic directions around this concept of reverse sensitivity. And I guess I'd like, if you could reflect on whether, I mean, you have said in your evidence that you don't think, you know, I think you probably generally concur. I'd say that's probably a B+, maybe an A- on our interim guidance. I'm just wondering, with this concept of reverse sensitivity, looking at it through the lens that Mr. Allen gave us submissions about, would we do it differently at the strategic directions level? Would we use it conceptually differently?
I have thought about this, and I felt that the way you've got it is as a strategic policy is potentially okay, because you're dealing with it, the concept at a high level, which is taking into account a whole range of potential situations where there might be bona fide reverse sensitivity effects that need to be avoided. I think probably, having thought about it, is just how you cascade down to the lower order objectives and policies, and in that respect identify those areas where reverse sensitivity issues do need to be addressed versus those areas where you might explicitly state that such matters are not reverse sensitivity effects. And so, provided, I guess, that cascade of following on from the strategic objectives down to the lower order zone and citywide objectives, make it sort of quite explicit on where those reverse sensitivity effects would be applied, then I think on balance, I think that's okay, as long as you do that.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope I've answered the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Yeah, I didn't have anything else.
Yes, just to follow up, I think we've got that policy on screen, Marisol.
You did, and then it's dropped off again.
Yeah, just coming back, just be with us. Yes. So it's in the new IE1. And the discussion, as I recall it, Michael, was that it's really that last point about reverse sensitivity effects are avoided. Whether that was right in your mind.
Well, I guess maybe you qualify there as avoided where appropriate. I mean, there's a whole range of infrastructure that gets constructed that doesn't, to my mind, even sort of need to turn its mind to that objective. You could think about a whole range of things like local roads or just network utilities or just general infrastructure that goes into an urban development. I don't think most people would look at that and say that that creates a reverse sensitivity issue. I acknowledge that some of the bigger infrastructure providers, namely KiwiRail and Waka Kotahi, have the view that in terms of their infrastructure, they believe there are reverse sensitivity effects. And to that extent, my evidence and the evidence of Climate Order is that whilst there might be health and amenity effects, those are not reverse sensitivity effects. But I think that's how if you can deal with that in the lower order policies, which we provided evidence on, particularly in relation to the noise section of the plan and in relation to the transport section of the plan, to make it clear, hopefully, that those particular pieces of infrastructure are more focused on managing health and amenity effects as opposed to reverse sensitivity effects. Perhaps the qualifier might be, though, that avoided where appropriate or something along those lines.
Yes, but we just have received the written right of reply for that hearing from Hamish on Friday. So it's something that the staff could perhaps reflect on. And I think David had his hand up as well. So was there a question for you, David?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, David.
So sorry about that, Mr. Thompson. I'm actually joining remotely, Mr. Campbell. Excuse me. I have two questions for you. The first relates to this reverse sensitivity matter that I think Mr. Wesney had added in under IE1. Can we just get some confirmation on that through you, Mr. Chair?
But there's been some changes to this.
Yes.
I think. Should we perhaps bring up the latest version from?
Attached to the sweep up hearing as well.
Yes. So is that
yeah, the appendix duly attached. The directions.
I saw that. Yeah, you've recommended it go to avoided or mitigated.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that was the essence of my question. Is avoid too high a bar to set for reverse sensitivity? Sorry, you need to answer David's question first.
Yes, in terms of answering David's question.
Can we have it back on the screen?
Were we just getting the one from the sweetheart hearing that dealt with this?
Yes,
David?
Yes, I can see that now. Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Wesney, I think I'd put to you at a much earlier hearing that whether there need to be some sort of synergy between IE and IE1 and IE2 as that relates to reverse sensitivity, and is that's what's reflected on the board now, is it?
Yep.
Thanks for drawing that to my attention. I think in my bullet point 4.6, I did acknowledge my evidence that I supported those additional changes by Mr. Wesney.
Thank you. Okay, and then I guess then the question is, yeah, okay, I see the change now in green on IE1.
Yeah.
Thank you. My second question, Mr. Campbell, actually relates to the terms living activity, residential activity, and sensitive activity. And so there's a little bit of cross relationship to reverse sensitivity, but having looked recently at your evidence in relation to the central city and mixed use zones, I noticed that you'd sought relief that sought specific reference in those policies that either anticipate or encourage or activities that are suitable or potentially suitable in the central city zones. You made reference to there was reference to living activities, and you had some evidence in relation to whether that was the appropriate term or whether it should be residential activities. I just wasn't sure what your latest position on that was.
That is correct. As our position is, it should be residential activities, that there's no need for a definition of living activities. Acknowledging that it's kind of like a grouping condition. It's almost like a nesting condition.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that those activities are inappropriate. I'm just saying.
No. It's what is the most appropriate term though to
Correct.
capture those. Okay.
That's right.
And yes, I think the 42 in the right of reply landed on the term living activities.
Yes, which is in the plan, which has always been in the plan. And I'm simply saying, well, I acknowledge that's one way to do it. Another way is to acknowledge the residential activities, and if there's any additional matters, you could incorporate those into the rules or the statements as well, so you cover the things that need to be covered.
Okay, I understand that. I guess this supplementary question to that is, particularly in the CCZ and TCZ zones, there's reference to, in policy level at least, to compatible activities. One compatible activities being sensitive activities, I think is the term. And sometimes that's written as an encouragement of sensitive activities. Presumably that would include living or residential activities in your view.
I would expect so, correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where the encouragement is meant to relate to the activity as opposed to the sensitivity of the activity, is it better to use the word sensitive activity or a combination of living or residential?
I guess I've always anticipated the sensitivity comes to do with, managing some sort of effect. Usually at an interface, that sensitivity is really related to, perhaps in the commercial zone context, you have a mixture of residential and commercial activities, and the objective, I guess, is to manage that interface between those activities. So I guess as long as the plan is controlling or managing those sensitivity effects, I think that's the key.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Michael, I'm going to ask you a question about your third matter, which is the requested sort of change to the wording around the National Grid subdivision corridor.
Yes.
So this was hearing 11 associated with network utilities, wasn't it?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm reaching a bit. Did we get a recommendation to go with the variable area approach at that hearing?
That was our recommendation. From my recollection, is the officers didn't recommend going with that in their right of reply. They recommended sticking to the status quo, which was a defined spatial extent. Correct. And once again, if the commissioners are minded to go with that, then this definition would be superfluous. I've simply offered this if the commissioners considered in their final deliberations that a variable spatial extent was the appropriate course.
Okay, so that depends on our decision about where to go, and if we do, with your suggestion, this definition would come in then. Okay, that's clear. Thanks for that, Michael. Any final questions before we take a break?
No, not of Mr. Campbell, no.
Thank you very much, Michael. And is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, look, this is obviously my last appearance for the hearing. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the panel for their engagement and high degree of professionalism, and also just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the New Plymouth staff. Our Ceres team have been tremendous to deal with and been extremely professional and really collegial. So yeah, just want to acknowledge that as well. It's been a really good process.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thanks for all the attendance.
Yeah.
You're one of the frequent flyers in Julie's terms. So it's been a pleasure on our side too to have you advise us. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to visit New Plymouth. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Sorry, Commissioner, could I just check Ms Price had a time commitment to catch a plane? Does that still exist?
On 5:40.
Heaps of time. Yeah, only 10 minutes to the airport. Yeah.
I've a lot to say.
Let's take a brief break. We'll come back at 20 past 3. Keep going. Thank you, Karen. Welcome, Karen, and thanks for attending in person. I know you're thinking about doing it by Zoom, but we have been really struggling with even to use the microphones. So super. Thanks for letting it come down.
I'm going to get it. Very coming in.
Yes. Great. So you got some submissions and further
I
evidence?
have, so I'm hoping, I'll just check your document.
Yes.
There could be some legal submissions for me filed on Friday. And there's also a rebuttal statement from our risk expert. Okay. And then he filed evidence also on the 5th of August.
Yes, we've got that.
Okay, would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, these legal submissions are on behalf of Greymouth. Focuses on the proposed plans of fraction risk management for Greymouth's sites. The key purpose of these submissions and Greymouth's hearing 23B evidence is to summarise the risk management contours that Greymouth is now seeking for each of its sites. These contours are the result of extensive additional work taken pursuant to the process initiated and agreed with the council, and the process was signalled to the panel during hearing 12. Lachlan Dreher is our risk consultant, and he has filed the independent expert risk evidence on behalf of Greymouth. So you have a primary statement of evidence dated 5th of August and the rebuttal filed last Friday the 19th. We have a team of 7 here before you. We have in the room Rebecca here from Greymouth, Jason Stevenson and Tony Hanson for Greymouth. We are joined by Lachlan Dreher, who has come live on the screen from Melbourne. We also have Jennifer Carville, our planner, online, should you have any questions for her. And somewhere is Steve Much, who is also assisting. He was there and he'll probably come back online. So at the outset, just turning to the background context, I think it's important to set out where the parties have got to and why. This provides context for the relief now being sought by Greymouth. To recap, at hearing 12, comprehensive evidence was presented on behalf of Greymouth by Mr. Dreher and Ms. Carville. Greymouth conveyed its significant concerns with the general approach to risk management adopted by the proposed plan and sought, first, the addition of mapped risk management contours to the district plan maps for all Greymouth sites. Mapped contours will provide certainty for all plan users and mean that planning controls applying with respect to Greymouth sites are appropriate for each site. This contrasts with the inappropriately conservative 250 metres for well sites and 650 metres for production stations. The generic separation distances detailed in the proposed plan is notified and the hearing 12 section 42A report respectively. At hearing 12, Greymouth flagged that this was a very significant volume of work with major time and cost implications. Second, including to deal with potential outcome where the hearing panel is not minded to grant the above relief, or, for example, it was not possible to complete the necessary technical risk management analysis for all sites in the time frame required. Greymouth also sought a new rule, as Rule 12A, providing for appropriate but still conservative generic risk setbacks for Greymouth sites, which were based on sites. The generic setbacks distances would only apply in the absence of mapped risk management contours and the generic setbacks for Greymouth's existing sites sought by Greymouth at Hearing 12 were 100 metres for the well sites and 250 metres for Greymouth's production stations. While the council initially queried whether there was scope for the relief sought by Greymouth in paragraph A above, following detailed legal submissions on behalf of Greymouth, the council agreed that there was scope. Therefore, during Hearing 12, process framework was initiated between Greymouth and council officers, whereby Greymouth would provide further analysis and reporting to the council for review and certification, with a view to providing the necessary technical basis for the mapping of risk management contours in the district plan for all Greymouth sites. As part of that process, before the council officers Hearing 12 right of reply, Greymouth provided the Goldie Well site detailed QRA and the Wellhead QRA overview report, which we refer to as the overview QRA report, to council for review. As recorded in the Hearing 30B section 42A report, the purpose of the overview QRA report for well sites was to provide an efficient process for generating the risk management contours for a number of well sites in the limited time available. This overview QRA report would provide the basis on which all well site assessments would be produced. As indicated in the council officers Hearing 12 right of reply, the outcomes of the process initiated were intended to be reported to the panel at this hearing. Progress since Hearing 12. Below I summarise the process and progress since that hearing. Greymouth and the council have been engaging regarding the approach to the analysis, including modelling and reporting for Greymouth sites, and the processes for the provision of information and reporting to the council, its review, and the potential inclusion of risk management contours in the proposed plan. Mr. Dreyer has undertaken a comprehensive suite of additional detailed analysis and reporting for all relevant Greymouth sites. The risk management contours now recommended by Mr. Dreyer and sought by Greymouth are set out in Mr. Dreyer's statement of rebuttal evidence and are summarised in section 5 of these submissions. The additional reporting produced by Mr. Dreyer covered all Greymouth sites and has been provided to council for review. The council engaged Sarah Shepherd and Charles Bonnedeau from Becker to peer review Mr. Dreyer's analysis. By the time the council released its Hearing 23B section 42A report, Greymouth had provided 6 detailed QRAs identifying risk management contours for each site, and I have listed them there. That includes the 3 production stations. A comparative report identifying risk management contours for all 27 other Greymouth sites, which we refer to as the comparative QRA report. The comparative QRA report is Appendix 13 to the Hearing 23B section 42A report. The process used in the comparative QRA report exercise to determine risk management contours for Greymouth sites is outlined in detail in the report itself and Mr. Dreyer's Hearing 23B statement of evidence. I address the comparative QRA report and the approach it adopts for the purpose of determining risk management contours in more detail in section 6 of these submissions. In the Hearing 23B 42A report, council officers outlined progress with the relief sought by Greymouth, including the council's review of Greymouth's risk reporting and discussions between Greymouth council officers and Taranaki Energy Watch. Ultimately, the section 42A report provides no recommendations at this time. The council's review of the material provided by Greymouth is ongoing. The council has completed its review of several documents. The Goldie Well site detailed QRA, the section 42A report for Hearing 23B confirms council's technical advisor advised that the overview QRA report and Goldie QRA report were appropriate for the intended purpose. Accordingly, the risk management contours identified for this site could be included in the district plan. overview QRA report, as noted, the hearing 23B, section 42A report confirms that Ms Shepherd also agreed that the well site overview QRA report is appropriate for its intended purpose. The Turangi B well site detailed QRA, the section 24A report for hearing 23B confirms that Council's technical advisor has reviewed the Turangi B well site QRA report and advises it is consistent with the overview QRA report. The section 42A report identifies Ms Shepherd had one outstanding report query relating to Turangi B, which has now been resolved. Reporting for all other Greymouth sites is currently with the Council, awaiting review apart from recent feedback received by Greymouth on the Turangi B well site. The status of the Council review, as at the date of filing evidence, is summarised in the table at attachment 1 to Mr Drea's statement of evidence. As proposed in the hearing 23B, section 42A report, Greymouth has agreed to a process of expert conferencing with Mr Drea and Mr Stevenson for Greymouth, Ms Shepherd and Mr Bornadeau for the Council, and Ms Polish for TW. Greymouth has also agreed to a process for the provision of relevant reports to Ms Polish in a matter that appropriately deals with the commercially sensitive nature of some of the material. I understand that due to Ms Polish's unavailability, the experts were not able to meet in the week beginning 15 August, but they intend to conference at the first available opportunity. Since filing these submissions, I understand that Taranaki Energy Watch have advised that it is not possible for its risk expert to attend that conferencing without support from others from Taranaki Energy Watch. Relief sought. Having analysed 6 Greymouth facilities via detailed QRAs and having undertaken comprehensive detailed analysis and reporting on all relevant Greymouth sites, Mr Drea's recommended risk management contour extents for Greymouth facilities are, in summary, for production stations 20 metres to 76 metres, and for well sites 10 metres to 50 metres. A table identifying the updated specific proposed risk management contour distance for each Greymouth site and the basis for each contour is included at attachment 1 to Mr Drea's statement of rebuttal evidence. Corresponding updated maps are included in attachment 2 to Mr Drea's rebuttal evidence. Greymouth seeks that the 1 in a million contours proposed by Mr Drea in his rebuttal statement be included as mapped risk management contours in the proposed plan. For months, Greymouth has been expending considerable time and effort to advance the reporting and council review certification process necessary to facilitate the relief sought by Greymouth. Modelling and reporting involved in producing QRA reports and their review require technical expertise and are time-consuming and expensive processes. The council review of Greymouth's reporting has been slow and hampered by concerns as to costs for undertaking the process. Greymouth submitted the Goldie Well site detailed QRA and overview QRA report in January in draft for peer review. Understandably, Greymouth wished to have confirmation from the council that these documents were acceptable to it before submitting further reporting. This confirmation was received from the council officer in late June 2022, including because of the time the council was taking for its reviews of the detailed QRA reports, in addition to cost considerations for both Greymouth and the council. Greymouth decided to provide council in July 2022 with a comparative QRA report. As noted, the comparative QRA report was attached to Appendix 13 to the hearing 23B section 42A report. It covers all well sites that have not been the subject of detailed QRA reports already submitted. The approach taken with respect to the risk management contours proposed in the comparative QRA report is outlined in detail in that report and is summarised in Mr Drea's statement of evidence. It draws on the analysis previously undertaken for the detailed QRA reports and the overview QRA report. On the basis of the approach adopted, Mr. Dreyer is recommending and Greymouth is seeking risk management contour distances of 50 metres or 20 metres for Greymouth's well sites. In light of the above, as outlined in Mr. Dreyer's statement of evidence, the proposed risk management contours for Greymouth sites are not all based on detailed QRA models for each individual site. Mr. Dreyer confirms that in his opinion, every site, that is, for every risk management contour sought by Greymouth, the level of investigation and analysis that has been undertaken and the process that has been followed is appropriate and sufficient for the purposes of mapping risk management contours in the proposed plan. Ms. Pollock, on behalf of Taranaki Energy Watch, acknowledges that a generic comparative QRA approach could be adopted. However, Ms. Pollock purports in her short statement of evidence on behalf of TW, quote, potential areas where the proposed generic approach may not be appropriately conservative for use in a planning instrument overlay. Mr. Dreyer outlines in detail in his evidence and associated reporting why the risk management contours he is proposing are appropriately conservative for the purposes of mapping in the district plan and the detailed measures he incorporated into the analysis to ensure this is the case. The outputs from the detailed QRAs for Turangi B and Kowhai B well sites provide a level of validation for the suitability of the comparative approach, whereby similar sites are treated similarly. These two QRAs, coupled with the other analysis undertaken, reflect the small contour differences that would be in play for any given well site between a full detailed QRA process and the comparative process. Requiring the parties to incur the time and expense to produce detailed QRAs for all sites is simply not necessary for the purposes of including suitable risk management contours in the proposed plan. Arguments over a few metres here and there are misplaced in the context of how the risk management contours are derived and their purpose. And Mr. Dreyer has detailed at length the conservatism built into the comparative approach he has adopted. The alternative option of adopting the demonstrably excessive and arbitrary generic separation distances in the proposed plan as notified in the section 42A report for hearing 12, being 250 metres for well sites and 650 metres for production stations respectively, or even the 100 metres and 250 metres respectively sought by Greymouth at hearing 12, would result in undue constraints on large areas of land. I understand that the risk experts for Greymouth, the Council and Taranaki Energy Watch all accept that the generic 650 and 250 metre separation distances in the proposed plan as notified by design may result in imposition of planning controls based on separation distances that do not reflect the risk associated with a particular site. I submit that for Greymouth sites, such a level of conservatism is not necessary or justified, given the comprehensive analysis undertaken by Mr. Dreyer, some of which has already been confirmed through independent peer review by the Council. Adopting such an approach would be inappropriate, disproportionate, and inefficient. The analysis undertaken by Mr. Dreyer provides for a much finer grained, that is, more accurate approach to be adopted for all Greymouth sites, one that appropriately identifies the risks involved and facilitates appropriate corresponding planning controls. In summary, I submit that the approach adopted for all Greymouth sites, both in terms of the site subject to detailed QRAs and those subject to the analysis in the comparative QRA report, has been comprehensive and robust. I submit that the panel can be satisfied that there is a sufficient evidential basis for the mapping of all risk management contours sought by Greymouth, and that the concerns raised by Ms. Pollich's evidence, including with respect to the comparative approach, do not justify a different approach. And now I come to talk about the two risk management contours. Essentially, one is for residential and the other is for sensitive activities. For the 6 sites with detailed QRAs, each QRA submitted to council contained the usual range of risk management contours, including the 5 times 10 to the -7 and the 1 in a million. The 5 times 10 to the -7 and the 1 in a million risk management contours, furthest points, for each of these 6 sites were identified in attachment 1 of Mr. Drea's 5 August statement of evidence, and the 5 to the 10 to the -7 risk management contours were shown in attachment 2, showing the furthest point rounded up to the nearest 10 metres drawn around the extent of the site boundary. For the 27 other sites for which risk management contours were included in the comparative QRA report, the risk management contour originally shown in Mr. Drea's 5th August statement of evidence was the maximum 5 times 10 to the -7 distance from the site boundary rounded up to the nearest 10 metres, with that distance applied around the entire site boundary, including for the reasons outlined in Mr. Drea's statement of evidence. This followed approval by council's risk expert that the 5 times 10 to the -7 contour approach that was contained in the Goldie QRA report was considered appropriate. Recently, council officers have made clear that risk management contours should only be 1 in a million, as provided for in the proposed plan. For the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. Drea has now attached to his rebuttal statement maps for each of Greymouth's 33 sites, that's the 6 QRA sites, and the 27 within the comparative QRA report, all showing the 1 in a million risk management contour. For the reasons addressed in Mr. Drea's rebuttal evidence and these submissions, in his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Drea had presented the 1 in a million risk management contours, extending precisely from the activities and equipment on site for the 6 sites subject to the detailed QRAs, and incorporating the site boundary rounding up approach for the 27 sites subject to the comparative QRA report. As can be seen, the differential between the 2 risk management contours, the 1 times 10 to the -6 and the 5 times 10 to the -7 for Greymouth sites is minimal. For those sites within the scope of the comparative QRA report, in every case, the proposed risk management contour position is the same, including given the approach to rounding. To assist the panel, Mr. Drea has provided a new table in his rebuttal evidence, which also sets out the differential in metres for each of the sites. As the panel is aware, the Environment Court issued several decisions and consent orders in relation to the approach to hazardous substances and risk for oil and gas activities in the South Taranaki District Plan. In her statement of evidence on behalf of Taranaki Energy Watch, Ms. Pollich places considerable stock in the South Taranaki approach, stating that the approach proposed by Greymouth is not consistent with it. This is notwithstanding her raising, in her statement of evidence for hearing 12, numerous fundamental issues with the application of the South Taranaki approach and provisions in the New Plymouth District context. Leaving aside the fact that the approach proposed by Greymouth shares the same fundamentals as the South Taranaki approach, as outlined in my legal submissions at hearing 12, I submit that while the South Taranaki Environment Court determinations are relevant considerations for the panel, the detailed provisions approved by the Environment Court and the process by which they were arrived at in that case are clearly not required to be applied in the New Plymouth District Plan context. What is appropriate in one district is not necessarily what is most appropriate in the next. There is no national direction or other document prescribing a particular approach to risk management or requiring that the approach adopted by all councils must be exactly the same. The South Taranaki Environment Court process was a product of the South Taranaki District Oil and Gas contest and the evidence and submissions presented in that case. For the purposes of this hearing, the panel must consider and weigh the evidence that is before it. I submit that should and must assess the approach proposed by Greymouth on its merits. As outlined above, Taranaki Energy Watch filed a short statement of evidence by Ms. Polish titled Comments Relating to Greymouth Petroleum Proposed Well Site Risk Management Contours. In her statement, Ms. Polish raises several issues with the approach sought by Greymouth, including regarding the consistency of the approach sought with the South Taranaki approach, the appropriateness of the comparative approach adopted by Greymouth, and whether the proposed contours are sufficiently conservative. Mr. Dreyer covers these issues in detail in his statements of evidence for hearing 23B and hearing 12. He has filed a short rebuttal statement responding to the matters raised by Ms. Polish. I have also addressed Ms. Polish's statement of evidence in these submissions. For the reasons outlined, I submit that the panel can have confidence that the analysis undertaken by Mr. Dreyer is robust and that the risk management contours he proposes are suitable for inclusion in the district plan. But for ease of reference, below I set out a table summarising the issues raised by Ms. Polish and the responses by Mr. Dreyer. Would you like me to go through the table, or are you happy to read it yourself?
Are these based on Mr. Dreyer's advice, or is this more of a company position?
This is a combination of Greymouth and the risk experts, so I should probably cover it then. Okay, so Ms. Polish, the first issue she raised was that the approach proposed by Greymouth is inconsistent with the South Taranaki District Plan approach. And as I've said, the approach presented by Greymouth shares the fundamentals of the South Taranaki approach. Regardless, there is no requirement for the new Plymouth District Plan to mirror the South Taranaki District Plan. Context is key, and Mr. Dreyer has confirmed that the contours he is proposing are appropriate in the context of Greymouth sites in New Plymouth. Ms. Polish then said the contours proposed by Greymouth for its sites do not adopt the 1 in a million criterion. Mr. Dreyer's evidence is that the adoption of the 5 × 10⁻⁷ criterion in the manner previously proposed by Greymouth was appropriate from a risk management perspective. It was essentially proposed in order to incorporate additional conservatism. Use of the 5 × 10⁻⁷ criterion was also proposed by Greymouth on the understanding that it was endorsed by the council through the peer review process. Mr. Dreyer has now attached to his rebuttal evidence contours for all Greymouth sites based on the 1 in a million criterion. Given the strong direction received from the council, Greymouth is now seeking those contours be mapped in the proposed plan, and I therefore submit that this issue is resolved. Ms. Polish then stated it was not clear that the 3 detailed QRAs represent the maximum cumulative risk envelope for each category, or that all assessments include consented wellheads, not just existing wellheads. Mr. Dreyer has confirmed he is comfortable that the 3 detailed well site QRAs form a suitable basis to estimate the maximum cumulative risk envelope for other well sites of each category, and that all assessments include consented, not just existing wellheads. As part of the analysis and reporting process, Greymouth staff provided information to Mr. Dreyer regarding consented operations and equipment. Ms. Polish then says the comparative approach adopted by Greymouth may be inappropriate. Mr. Dreyer has set out at length in his statements of evidence how the comparative approach for Greymouth has adopted for 27 of its sites is robust, sufficiently conservative, and appropriate for the purpose of including mapped risk management contours in the proposed plan. This includes the reasons outlined in the row below. Requiring the parties to incur the time and expense to produce detailed QRAs for all sites is simply not necessary for the purposes of including suitable risk management contours in the proposed plan. The alternative option of adopting the demonstrably excessive and arbitrary generic separation distances would result in undue constraints on large areas of land. Adopting such an approach would be inappropriate, disproportionate, and inefficient. Ms. Pollich, on behalf of TEW, acknowledges that a generic comparative QRA approach could be adopted. The next issue is that Greymouth's approach of drawing contours from the site perimeter and rounding up distances associated with the sites subject to the comparative QRA report may be inappropriate. The approach adopted by Greymouth simply affords a degree of additional conservatism to the proposed contours for the sites subject to the comparative QRA report. Ms. Pollich queries other aspects of the Greymouth's approach as being potentially not conservative enough. Arguments over a few metres here and there are misplaced in the context of how the risk management contours are derived and their purpose. Greymouth seeks that the risk management contours set out in Mr. Dreyer's statement of rebuttal be included in the district plan for all Greymouth sites, as summarised in the table of attachment 1 and shown in the maps at attachment 2 to his rebuttal evidence. Greymouth's position is that the panel can and should grant the primary relief sought by Greymouth on the basis of the evidence as it currently stands. The council has confirmed its position that the proposed Goldie Well site QRA can be included in the proposed plan. The one outstanding query on the Turangi B well site QRA has also been resolved. Feedback from council's risk reviewers on the Kowhai B QRA was received on the 15th of August. The council is continuing with its review process, and Greymouth has also agreed to expert conferencing between the risk experts for Greymouth, the council, and Taranaki Energy Watch. I submit that the primary relief sought by Greymouth is not dependent on the review or agreement of any other party or on expert conferencing taking place. Notwithstanding this, I expect the council will update the panel on its continuing review and that the outputs from any conferencing will be reported to the panel by way of joint witness statements. Any resulting amendments to the relief sought by Greymouth, if any, will likewise be communicated to the panel. If the panel is not minded to grant the primary relief sought by Greymouth, then it at least seeks the generic 250 metre distance for Greymouth production stations and the 100 metre distance for Greymouth well sites that Greymouth sought at hearing 12. Subsequent analysis has confirmed that in every case, these generic distances are inappropriately conservative, but they are more appropriate than the 250 metres and 650 metres in the proposed plan as notified or recommended in the section 42A report for hearing 12. So in summary, my principal submission is that the Greymouth evidence demonstrates with respect to the primary relief sought by Greymouth, the risk management contours sought by Greymouth to give effect to the applicable higher order planning instruments. In terms of section 32 of the RMA, the risk management contours proposed by Greymouth are the most appropriate way to achieve the proposed plan objectives, and the changes sought by Greymouth will appropriately provide for the regionally and nationally significant activities undertaken by Greymouth and appropriately enable and manage sensitive land uses in the context of potential adverse risk effects. And I'm sure you will have a look, but I'm wondering whether you would prefer me to get Mr. Dreyer.
Yes, I think, look, I think I don't have any questions. I really only have one. And throughout your paragraph 8.2, where you make it clear that we stated this, or we don't have to follow the South Taranaki Environment Court determination. My understanding is that those were actually decisions, they weren't consent orders or anything like that, they were actually heard and determined. Yes. So what are the distinguishing features between South Taranaki and New Plymouth District that would mean we shouldn't follow advice in an Environment Court judgment?
Well, I think it's also to do with the types of well sites that you get from different operators. So you don't have this operator in South Taranaki having been part of that Environment Court hearing.
The Greymouth's not operating there, that's one issue.
And its well sites and production stations are quite different, and the QRAs are showing that from other oil and gas operators. So, for example, some of the other production stations have much larger risk management contours. Greymouth's production stations have relatively small risk management.
Thanks for that. Before Mr. Dreyer starts with his evidence, I do want to address the rebuttal evidence. Just in principle, we'll have a chat about that.
Yes.
It came to us on Friday, and when I read through it, it's a combination of an update. It's extra work done because of the time frame was pretty heroic on table, which we heard, but also some specific rebuttal. We haven't provided for rebuttal in our procedures. It's the second time we've seen rebuttal.
Yes.
And the plan, this plan hearing, and it's not really a normal, we normally file contemporaneously, so there's no advantage. Having said that, I do find it very helpful evidence when experts can reflect on what someone else has said in evidence, but then the natural justice issue is that Ms. Pollitt would need to be able to come back after hearing and give us some further evidence. And the question I have in my mind is that we're hearing from Ms. Pollitt today, so just on the hoof, I don't think it's particularly fair over a weekend to require her to do that. And in my mind, I thought with some joint witness statement process going on, that would provide all the parties to look at the issues raised as experts, come back to us whether they agree or don't agree. So,
the purpose of filing the rebuttal evidence was to provide the panel with the best information that we could. The hope had been that the expert conferencing could have occurred before we got to the period where we're filing the legal submissions. At this stage, I'm not sure that the expert conferencing is going to be able to occur because of the confidentiality issues and the latest requests. So I completely understand what you talk about with the natural justice issue and Ms. Pollitt having an opportunity to respond. But it was driven by the need to confirm Greymouth's position. The Goldie QRA had been approved by the council's risk expert, and that was the basis on which all the contours were produced. So given the very strong direction we had from council officers that came quite late in the piece, we felt it was important to give you the best maps. That would be the ones that council would look to. So that's based on the one opinion.
So that's the update part. Specific rebuttal of another witness.
Yes.
Is the natural justice issue.
Yes.
That requires us to be fair.
Yes.
And
So we would have no objection to Ms. Pollitt being able to put in her own rebuttal statement, if that's the way you choose to proceed. And I think what I was hearing is Taranaki Energy Watch is going to present on Thursday.
Well, no, we have Ms. College this afternoon. And then we have Ms. in terms of their legal persons talking to us on Thursday. So this is Ruby Hazen. She's down to present her legal submissions to us on Thursday morning. Now, this is where I raise the fact that I don't want to have this discussion about the confidential matters or where we go forward about yourself also being able to be there to be part of the discussion. So I was thinking that Thursday morning, would you be available to join by Zoom?
Yes, I can be available to join.
I think let's leave the discussion about where to from here, including us better understanding the nature of confidentiality. I don't know whether you want to file with us anything under confidentiality so we could better understand the confidential matters. We can allow that to occur. That would just come to me.
Yes, there's also an issue about what everyone's expectations are for getting that information. So when we entered into this process, Greymouth considered that Taranaki Energy Watch's role would be to test the robustness of the review the council had engaged in between the council risk expert and Mr. Dreyer. We didn't think it was a situation where the risk expert would be replicating the methodology and the QRAs. So that's the confidential information which they are seeking, and we can explain the reasons for the confidentiality associated.
So you happy to explain that to us when we get you on Thursday?
Yes.
But before we take the rebuttal part of the evidence at the moment, I just wanted to double check that Sarah, you follow the discussion. Are you okay on a natural justice point of view that we can receive the rebuttal to either be involved in addressing that in a statement, or if that doesn't happen, we give her the opportunity to follow her own last.
So that's fine, yes.
Yes, that's okay. Okay, that sounds good. Let's proceed on that basis then.
Commissioner, can I just advise on behalf of Energy Watch that they've just pointed out we hadn't loaded the rebuttal evidence online, so they have not seen it.
Oh,
just emailed it.
This is the issue. I went to look for the legal work last week, Friday, but it wasn't there and nothing was there. And I checked again this morning and it wasn't there.
Okay.
So none of us have seen it.
It's not, I don't know what the legal niceties are, but normally if you're filing like rebuttal evidence, you'd send the copy to the parties. Right, but were you relying on the council to circulate it? Okay, well, that's even more reason just to take a breath. We'll hear Mr. Dreyer today, and certainly there's very important to me that we run a fair process. Everyone has the right time and ability to give us their advice. If everyone's happy, we'll proceed to Mr. Dreyer, and we'll come back. Should Ms. Polished still discuss her evidence with us today on this basis?
So she's still.
She's still there. Okay, we'll hear her after Mr. Dreyer, and then we'll just go from there.
I would like to submit them as well.
Yes, great. Yes, of course. All right. Over to you, Lachlan. We can see you certainly loud and clear. I don't know whether you can hear us and we can hear you.
Can certainly hear you. Hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Melbourne. It's
Okay.
a reasonable day here, so. all good. So,
You're welcome.
all right.
So do you want to don't know how you want to handle this. Quite often it's useful to start at the rebuttal and work backwards with anything else you want to remind us in the original brief, but if you're not
I was
prepared for
going
that.
to ask him to read his executive summary out of
Yes.
his evidence
Yeah.
and then his executive summary out of the rebuttal.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dro, could you just confirm your little paragraph?
Sorry,
which
sorry.
states who you are. I think that's paragraph 1.1.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, Lachlan George Dreyer.
1, 2, 4. And then if you could go to paragraph 15.
Yep, no worries. So yes, my full name is Lachlan George Dreyer. I'm Director and Senior Principal Risk Consultant with R4 Risk, and hold the following qualifications: Bachelor of Engineering, Chemical, member of Engineers Australia, Chartered Professional Engineer, and registered on the National Engineering Register with areas of practice, chemical engineering and fire safety engineering. My expertise, chemical engineering, specialising in.
I think Lachlan, we
You got all that?
read through that, so.
So
we'll just
fair
move
enough.
to you.
Right. Yeah, to the executive summary. So as outlined in my hearing 12 statement of evidence, I have significant concerns with the approach to risk management adopted in the proposed New Plymouth District Plan. In my opinion, the 250 and 650 generic separation distances related to risk in the proposed plan are highly conservative and inappropriate for general application. In the context of Greymouth well sites and production stations, these generic distances don't accurately reflect the risk associated with the operations of those facilities. The application of those distances would put large areas of land out of use unnecessarily. During hearing 12, I provided detailed evidence on these and other matters, including proposed alternative generic separation distances for Greymouth sites. These distances were based on the level of analysis that we'd undertaken at that time. At hearing 12, the council endorsed a process whereby Greymouth would provide further analysis and reporting to the council for review, with a view to then providing the necessary technical basis for the mapping of significant hazardous facilities risk management contours in the district plan for all Greymouth sites. So, having subsequently analysed a number of the Greymouth facilities in detail by the QRAs and undertaken other detailed analysis and reporting on all the relevant Greymouth sites, the recommended risk management contour extents for the Greymouth facilities were as follows. The well sites 20 to 50 metres, and for the production stations 70 to 90 metres. The specific recommended extent of the risk management contour for each site was set out in the attachment 1 to the evidence, along with diagrams showing the proposed location of the contours in attachment 2. So the attachment 1 also included a summary of my understanding of the status of the council's review for each of the sites' proposed risk management contours. Now, in my opinion, for all those sites, as in for every one of the risk management contours proposed, the level of investigation and analysis that we had undertaken and the process that's been followed is appropriate and sufficient for the purposes of mapping risk management contours into the district plan. That's the executive summary from the evidence. I'll move to the rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Dro. Could you now read paragraphs 5 to 9 in your rebuttal evidence?
Certainly. So, Ms. Polich, at the hearing 23B, section 42A report, queried my use of the 5 by 10 to the minus 7 individual fatality risk contour as outlined in my statement of evidence for hearing 23B at paragraphs 55 to 60. The reasons for utilising the 5 by 10 to the minus 7 per year criterion, essentially that being to give a degree of conservatism beyond the 1 by 10 to the minus 6 per year individual risk of fatality contour in the council's approach in the proposed plan. Notwithstanding that, we went through the process of producing individual risk fatality contours for 1 by 10⁻⁶ per year for the selected greymouth sites that we had done the full QRAs on. So the details of all this are in attachment 1 and attachment 2 of the rebuttal. Due to the time limitations, we had only